my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can't stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well.
I'm a dreamer, and the only thing that can stop me is when I stop dreaming, because every dream I've had, I've always achieved it. So once I dream, I go out for it, and I work towards achieving it, and it's always done.
It gave extra effort to put quality, good sound, good picture, and entertain the people of Africa and people of the world. Do me an honor, stand to your feet as we celebrate this icon, one and only, Kunle Afolayan.
Till the world sees your face, till we take over the world. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go there by your side. It's not over, it only just began. You've come closer than you've ever been. Take your chances, it won't hurt to try. No need to worry, we go there by your side. Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. You're a hero and fans still love you. We gon' love you for life.
Wish you long life and prosperity. Be there with you, we not gon' forget you. No matter his colors, we gon' love you for life. No need to worry, we gon' love you for life.
Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gonna carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life.
will love you forever. No weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Be okay, my papa. Cause I'm my papa. My bami, babami, padimi, padimi, oremi, I learned to say me, I declare to me. Happy birthday, daddy.
Love you, Daddy.
my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. Goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. That's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city, so that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. my bags. I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket. I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, friends, and goodbye, folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. Dreams will come true. I'm gonna walk around, and when I get there, so wish me well. Wish me
I'm a dreamer, and the only thing that can stop me is when I stop dreaming, because every dream I've had, I've always achieved it. So once I dream, I go out for it, and I work towards achieving it, and it's always done.
It gave extra effort to put quality, good sound, good picture, and entertain the people of Africa and people of the world. Do me an honor, stand to your feet as we celebrate this icon, one and only, Kunle Afolayan.
Till the world sees your face, till we take over the world. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go there by your side. It's not over, it only just began. You've come closer than you've ever been. Take your chances, it won't hurt to try. No need to worry, we go there by your side. Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for any old. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. You're a hero and fans to love you. We gon' love you for life.
Wish you long life and prosperity. Be there with you, we not gon' forget you. No matter his colors, we gon' love you for life. No need to worry, we gon' love you for life.
Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gonna carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life.
You love me forever. No weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Be okay, my papa. Cause I'm my papa. My bami, babami, padimi, padimi, oremi, I learned to say me, I didn't me. Happy birthday, daddy.
Love you, Daddy.
bags. I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket. I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, friends, and goodbye, folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money.
All right, so you're welcome to the 2020 edition of the Ambassador Summit. It's time check. This is about a few minutes past the hour of 9, and in a moment we will be having our first guest speaker. And I just need to, relax, sit back, and enjoy the amazing resource persons that we're bringing to the table this morning. Good morning, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello? Mrs. Abutobu, are you
Yes,
there?
I can hear. Yes, I can hear you now. Your network was
Yeah,
pretty
sorry.
bad earlier.
So sorry. Apologies. We just make the best of what we can get this morning. Thank you for the sacrifice. Thank you for the efforts. I can imagine as a mother and it's a Saturday morning. We're so sorry. We're so sorry we have to put you through the work. But you have the floor. As soon as you're good to go, you can take it up.
Okay, so I'll be. Thank you very much for having me, and I'll be
You
really
don't
very
wanna
brief.
give us visuals.
I'll be very visuals. You don't want to see it.
It's okay.
I'll be very very brief in my
Okay.
presentation this morning.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we can start.
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for your consistency and the very wonderful program that you put together yearly. I mean, I know that, I mean, these are not easy times for any one of us, but we are grateful to God for the opportunity to at least be able to give back and help lead others as the situation gets better around us. So this morning, I'm supposed to be speaking on or providing some insights on winning strategies for entrepreneurship in a pandemic. And I'll be very, very brief. I here have just 20 minutes for the presentation. So I'll be very, very brief. My aim is to finish far before this 20 minutes. So let's just do a quick rundown of all the winning strategies or of some of the winning strategies that we can adopt as entrepreneurs. I mean, especially for entrepreneurs, this has not been the best of times for many of us in terms of our businesses, in terms of our supply chain, in terms of our suppliers, our contracts. There's been a lot of frustration in contracts. There's been a lot of challenges around the businesses that we do, raw material sourcing and things like that. And a lot of these things have directly and indirectly affected us. Even supply chain lines, especially during the complete lockdown, a lot of businesses were affected. Income has dropped. Nigeria is in a recession. So, how can we pull through these times? That's why we are here this morning to talk about some of the winning strategies that we can adopt as we begin to emerge slowly out of this situation that the pandemic, as well as some civil unrest in Nigeria, has caused. The first thing I would say is this: in trying to emerge out of this situation, we need to focus on our customer service. And I'll tell you why that is important. There are lots of opportunities and lots of choices. There are also lots of price clashes and things like that. The only thing that will keep your customers, whether it is a product that you produce or a service that you render, the only thing that will keep them coming back to you actually is the type of service that you render. So people have clear choices. They are able to walk away from whatever it is you are providing, whatever product you are selling, because there are a million and one other opportunities, a million and one other products that serve the same purpose or even render better service than you are rendering. And that is why at this time you cannot afford to even joke, or at any time for that matter, you cannot joke with your customer service. It's the main thing that you need right now to help you draw in more customer base, to help you reach more people, and to help you keep the existing customers that you have. The other thing you also need to do is, I mean, some sectors are really badly affected in this time. I mean, for example, the hospitality sector. So if you are in travels, I mean, no one is willing to travel anywhere at this time. No one has actually traveled since March. I mean, in terms of deliberate travels or intentional travels, the traveling that can be skipped are being skipped till at least maybe the first or ending of the first quarter of next year or middle of next year. So you have to factor in all those things. And there you are. Does that mean that as a travel agent or as someone who works in the travel space or the hospitality phase, does that mean that you would not eat or run any business or make any form of money between now and then? I mean, the answer is no. The truth about this is that you need to immediately start thinking about how to pivot. You need to immediately start thinking about other things that you can do in addition to the things that you are doing. You need to think about expanding your base, expanding your niche, expanding your core areas. You need to seriously begin to think about that, because some businesses are more affected than the others in terms of the effect of the pandemic. Um, I think for starters, many things that we need to do as entrepreneurs is to seriously build an online presence. No one is willing to go anywhere. You can see that the ambassadors program, the summit this year, is even happening online. I mean, I do not think it has ever happened online before. A lot of things, people are beginning to find alternatives. I mean, if you invite me somewhere right now, I'm just going to try and find alternative ways of meeting up. It could be Zoom, it could be Teams, it could be a live stream like this. I mean, no one is willing to go anywhere at this time and endanger their life. As at yesterday, it was on the news that there's a second wave of the COVID pandemic, and why would you want to deliberately put yourself at risk? So you need to be able to build online presence for all your businesses. People want contactless things. I mean, let me speak without having to go there. Let me get this product without having to show up. Let me do this without having to actually be there physically. People are looking for non-physical, non-contact alternatives. And that's something that as entrepreneurs we need to look into. What are the non-physical and non-contact areas of our businesses? I mean, do people actually have to walk in to get it? Can they order online, for instance? I mean, can they request you to do what you are doing online? Those are the things that we need to begin to pay attention to as business people. I mean, so the number one step towards that, of course, is building an online presence. I mean, you may say you're not a social media person. This is the time where you have to carry it on your head like gala. You have to actually pay attention to your business and deliberately begin to build a business online, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, everywhere you are. I mean, you need to be able to build an online presence for your business, because a lot of your sales at this time, at least in the next 6 months, is going to come from online. I mean, so those are things that you really, really need to pay some serious attention to. You build online presence for your businesses. You also need to look at your sales right now. I mean, what's the insight saying? What are people buying more? What are they in terms of, if you offer a variety of services or even a wide range of products, which ones are people buying more? Because at this time, you need to be very wise with your investments. So you need to focus on the ones that people are buying more and stock only very little of the ones that people are not really showing a lot of interest in. For instance, I mean, why are you stocking up work clothes and shoes right now when a lot of people are working remotely? You may want to think about other things that you can do to support remote work. I mean, so those are some serious areas that you need to consider. If you are into fashion design, how many parties are actually happening right now? So you know that your business would have likely taken a hit in the last 6, 7, 8, 9 months since the COVID pandemic started. I mean, how many people have actually come to meet you to sew clothes? How many people are sewing ashwebi right now? How many people are even buying ashwebi? I mean, how many people people are getting married on Zoom? They are getting married on Teams. I mean, and the people who are doing physical weddings are doing only small numbers. So you need to be able to think about how to expand your business and how to create an online presence for your business. Whether you want to begin to diversify into pattern making for clothes, or whether you need to begin to diversify into work related materials that you can make funky with African prints. Maybe you want to do some more laptop covers, because a lot of people are in love with their laptops and their devices at this time. I mean, so those are things that you really begin to need to consider deeply. A lot of people are also into face masks. I mean, the smart ones, immediately the pandemic started, began to diversify into Ankara or print face masks and things like that. I mean, so you really need to invent yourself in this phase that we are in. The other thing you need to think about is this. At the center of the pandemic as an entrepreneur, what is the focus of many people? The focus of many people is getting things done. They just want to get things done in a pandemic. And they want to get it done, like I said, contactlessly. They don't want any contact with anybody to get things done. They want to keep their safe distance, but they also want to get things done. So your number one question is, how do you let them get things done? How do you help them to get these things done? You would notice a rise in dispatch businesses. It's not off the cuff. It's not something that is strange. You would see that a lot of people are looking for something that is contactless. They don't want to have contact. And so you will find a rise in dispatch riding businesses, delivery businesses, because people don't want to go out to do anything. I don't want to go out to buy food. I don't want to eat out. But I would like to order. I want to send something to someone, but I don't want to have to show up physically at that person's place. And so I'll transfer the risk to a dispatch rider. And so I would order a dispatch, team to come pick it up, and then they deliver to this person. And I'll make sure it's as contactless as possible. I mean, so those are some of the areas that people are beginning to look into at this time. So you need to make sure that whatever it is that you are doing, you are leveraging effectively on the digital economy. You are looking seriously at how people are getting things done online. Your online it's not an option at this time. You know those times when everything was okay and you can say you're a fashion designer, and then yet on your page, the only thing you will be saying is type payment to 5 people and get a pleasant surprise. I mean, life has moved beyond that now. You need to be able to show online what you are doing, because that is what many people are relying on to be able to place an order from you. So all those things are super, super, super important at this time. People are also unwilling to go to the bank. You know, when you pass the bank, you see a lot of people under the committee, under the canopy. And so ATM, POS businesses are on the rise. Online businesses, online transactional businesses, your quick teller, your alert, your Kuda bank, all those online banks are breaking in a lot of customers at this time. I mean, so you can also look into the sectors that people cannot do without. I mean, so you have the food sector. There's no matter how hard it is, people must eat. Oh, they will eat. So look into the food sector, look into the delivery sector, because no matter how hard it is, people want to get things done. Because it is only one thing when they get things done that they earn money. So you need to look into that sector too. Look into the financial sector. No matter how hard it is, people would spend. Because you would spend to order a dispatch rider. You would spend to buy food. So those things are interwoven. You cannot joke with those things at this time. I mean, so if you are innovating or if you are reinventing yourself, you need to look critically at these three sectors as the least affected sectors in a pandemic. And finally, I would say that the other option that people need to begin to consider in a pandemic, especially as an entrepreneur, is look critically at the foreign products that people are dependent on and begin to make local equivalents of those things that people actually depend on. The reason is this. I mean, a lot of things are stuck at the pot. The cost of the dollar against the naira is fast rising. People are beginning to find the imported things out of reach at this time. I mean, so you can immediately begin to fill a gap in this area of need right now. And so you need to think critically and look critically at these things. How do you begin to make local products that are twice as good as the foreign ones, or that are even better than the foreign ones? I mean, so those are things that you need to look inwards towards. So to round up again, I would say, what are the winning strategies for entrepreneurship in a pandemic? I would say number one is customer service that I've touched on already. Improve your customer service, improve your sales and things like that. Number two is look at the least affected sectors and pivot. Another strategy is to pivot the least affected sectors, the food sector, the agricultural sector. You have the digital economy sector, you have the financial sector. You can begin to look critically at those sectors. The third thing is that you need to build your online presence. At this time, people are looking for opportunities not to show up at places, and so you need to build your online presence at this time too. The fourth thing is reinvent yourself at this time. There's no need stocking what people would not need at this time. How many people are sewing ashwebi? So why are you stocking Ankara materials? Except if you want to use them to pivot into something else that would need those things. I mean, so those are some of the things that you need. Make local versions of foreign things and make them twice as good, so that people don't complain about the quality. The other thing also is that at the center of all those things is help people get things done. I know that I have only a few more minutes to be able to round up. And so maybe I'll just add that to my question time. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to my very short presentation this morning.
Thank you for that insightful session. We're so grateful. So we'll just wait for questions. If you have questions from our people,
Your
we'll wait.
network is really bad. I can hardly hear you.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I can hear you better now.
Yeah, so we'll just wait for questions. If we have questions, we'll send them right across.
Okay,
We'll put them on the
that's fine.
screen so you see them. Yeah, so just give us a couple seconds to collect them if there are.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, yeah, I think we'll just leave you to go. If you have any other question before the end of the session today, we can always send them to you and you find a way to
Yes,
give us
that's
an
fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Well done. Thank you so much. I
Thank
mean,
you.
for
We
even pulling
appreciate
this off at this time, well done. Sincerely, very well done to you. Thank you
it.
very, very much for having me on the program this morning.
Thank you.
I really
We
appreciate it. Well done. So if I have any questions, please send them off to me. I would respond to them on WhatsApp and then send it back to you. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the program. Bye.
Pack my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city and that's my home. Goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can't stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. That's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city, so that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. Wish me well. my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket. I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, friends, and goodbye, folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. Goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. That's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city, so that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well.
Hello, hello, hello. So I'm not sure if you can hear me and see me. My name is Yemi, and I will just wait for the director to tell me if we are live.
All right, we are live. Yeah, so you can actually have the floor. We are live now.
Nice, thank you. Hi, I am connecting to you today from Dubai. I am in my apartment here. I left the madness of European struggle for a week to spend my mom's birthday here. You can see, you can see Dubai is a
Oh wow.
very different way. They've just been through the first wave of the pandemic. They haven't hit the second wave yet because it's a different weather and different everything. And I'm very happy, and thank you, Joshua, to invite me for this summit. I'm very proud to be here. As you might know, I am half Nigerian, half Czech. I was born in Czech Republic to a Nigerian father from Ibadan, from Agugu, and mother from Czech Republic in the 80s. My story was long and a lot of struggle. I was raised in a communistic Czechoslovakia in the 80s, which was not easy. I was the only black kid in the city, and but thanks to the opportunities that I was given as I was growing, I could uh, work hard to become the creative, multidisciplinary creative in many different professions. I started as a dancer, after I went for choreography, after for directing. Today I'm producer for many different shows. But the path from the beginning and up to today was not easy. When we were in the very beginning, when I was 4, my father was visiting Nigeria, and on one of his regular visits, he was captured during one of the Nigerians' bloody revolutions because we were certainly on the wrong side of the barricade. So we spent 18 years without him, with my mom in Czech Republic. So I was growing without him, which I pitied a lot. And when the internet was invented, I started to look for my name and for the name of my father. I was 15 years old when this happened, and it took me 1.5 years to look up the name Akiniemi. And eventually, I found it. I found a university in Ibadan who have connected me back to my father, and we started to write messages. First, actually, we called. It was the time when there were still the telephone booth. I remember it was winter when I first spoke to him after many, many, many years. Um, Fortunately, we were able to reunite. This was one of my first creative projects, to be able to bring my father back to Czech Republic with his new family, so we could live together. He is a pastor under Mountain of Fire and Miracles, and we are living together in Czech Republic today. And I guess we are happy family, even though my parents are not together anymore. So that's for my like private part of my development. But on the side of the professional one, uh, I started to dance when I was 16. Everybody said it's too late, it's too late, you have to start much earlier to be able to achieve something. But I never really listened to what people were telling me, because even I love something, I'm just going for it. So I was working hard. I with my first money that I saved, I went to Los Angeles and at the age of 18 to get a certificate to become a dance choreographer, teacher of street dance. Because back in the days in Czechoslovakia, later on Czech Republic, it was only ballet and very old techniques, traditional uh, mm, genres, but nothing really modern. This gave me many more opportunities. So that 10 years later, I became a choreographer for Kanye West, which again happened in Czech Republic when he was visiting Czech Republic to create his new movie and also a music video, Runaway. It was a part of the album the Dark Twisted Fantasy, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. And because the Runaway was like ballet inspired piece, he fell in love with this piece that we did together. And 1 week later, after we shot it, his manager called me and said, Yemi, can you come to New York tomorrow? And I was like, okay, what are we doing? Oh, we can't tell you. Just come and you will see. So they arranged me, my assistant, and a few of my dancers to come over to New York. Only when I was in New York, I found out that they want me to choreograph the MTV Music Awards, the VMAs in LA. So we moved from New York to LA, and I, for the first time in my life, stood on a stage that was bigger than anything that I have ever imagined. It was beautiful. It was a start of a 5 very fruitful years, very hard years also, because every time I was called back to America, and I've done over 100 shows, tours, TV shows, music videos for him. So every time when you go to places like Hollywood, you need to exceed yourself. You need to exceed not just the expectations, but you every time has to do a little bit better. So when you do go 1, 2, 3 times, of course you can do that. But when you go 100 times, it's exhausting. It's a hard thing, especially because there is thousands of people waiting to be in your spot, because it's a very big privilege to do that kind of shows together with the biggest artists in the world. We've met Lady Gaga, we've met Rihanna, we've met uh, Justin Bieber, we've met a lot of stars around the world, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. But I didn't feel like this is where I'm gonna spend the rest of my life. In my life, I welcome uncertainty, I welcome change, and I welcome new challenges. I know that in the past we were taught that we will study one thing and then we will live happily ever after doing that one thing. Those times are gone. Today, not only kids but only also adults have to be learning new thing. It's not to learn new thing once in a 10 years, not even once in a 5 years. This is a world where we will have to learn something new every single year. And that's what I feel that my career has prepared me for. I'll never stayed in one genre or one profession for more than 2, 3 years. And I have started from the scratch, from the very beginning, for dozen times. It's hard for your ego. It's hard for yourself when you get on TV and you get your own show and you get this and that, and then you want to learn new profession, but you don't know it, so you have to start from zero. So you have to just be very humble, very modest, ask new mentors, ask new people to help you on the way to be able to do it. But later, when you do a third profession, for example, you realized that there is a thin red line that underlines your success, whatever you do. And that thin red line is different with every one of us. I believe in the power of creativity. I believe that creativity is the new currency of the future. There was a report, a research done among the CEO managers some years ago, and creativity was stated as one of the 10 most important skills. The same survey, the same research was done just 2 years ago, and creativity became one of the three most valuable skills that most of the senior managers in the world would call. Why? I believe that, first of all, why I'm telling you? I'm telling you because I think that this is something that Czech Republic and Nigeria have in common, and that is a really, really creative people. The problem is that sometimes we don't understand how to capitalize on creativity, how to use it in our lives to make our path better, to be where we want to be in the end of the story. And those stories, it's not just one story, it's many stories. One of the things is the exponential growth. If you understand what it is, it means that the speed of change is accelerating. We are hitting, we used to have changes once in 5 years, big event happened, then once in 3 years, once in 2 years. I believe now we are in the world where maybe once in a half year, big event will hit and a lot of things will change. It's not just about updating your iPhone, which, as you know, it happened once in a year in the past. Today is every month. It's also about like culture of people, about science, about inventions, about the speed of travel, about everything around us. What this means is that we are ahead for time of big uncertainty. In past, we were able to predict 90% of our year, and then 10% something special happened, and we would just withstand it. Today is the other way around. 90% is chaos, and 10% can be predicted. Creative people, they don't need railways to follow the path. They can improvise and they can find new opportunities from failures and from things that others feel like a throwback. Another reason is because a lot of automation is going to happen. Both AI, machine learning, and lots of different devices and technologies will be taking over some of our jobs. Some people think it's wrong, but I believe that it will allow us to be more human, because many of us we are working like robots. Our employers, they want us to come to work and give exact amount of work, exact amount of value, an exact amount of time, so they can predict the productivity. I know that we are it's still in a very different world, and Europe and America is different, and Africa is different, and Asia is different, but we are getting closer and closer. This distance is getting closer. We have just experienced it with pandemic, how fast the change in one part of the world can influence all other parts. So I think that in this change, creativity will be the key moment, will be the key element that will allow us to either create our future or wait for the surrounding to change us, and sometimes change us drastically. Uh, when when there is when there I also heard that one of the most important professions in the future will be human interaction professions. So all the people caring about other people, that is something that it can never be transferred into AI or into machines, but also creating something new. Many people say everything was created already, with exception of medical science. The new molecules that are helping us to treat illnesses. That everything was done. I believe in the strength of interdisciplinary environment. When you connect two things that you think are unconnectable, even though if you do art, so it can be two different dance styles. Like when we started with Kanye, it was ballet and hip hop, but this same pattern, the same approach works almost in every other discipline. That's why I think that today people who understand more than one discipline and can combine that can be successful in the future. I think that thin red line for each of us is different, but it's there. It's something that you are basing on your flow, on your talent. But talent, you can say, okay, everybody has a talent. This is like a sweet talk. The truth is that we don't really understand our talent. It is a lifetime work to understand what that thin red line is. Makes you what makes you successful in something, the same thing can make you successful in another thing. I will give you a story about how we handled the pandemic. When we were in the very beginning, of course, it was crazy, because I remember I went to Los Angeles. There was the Academy Award, the Oscars. I was presenting a keynote speech at Netflix, and I came home to Prague, and within a week there was an announcement. It was strange. It was like, is this happening for real? Is this a joke? And from 1 week of kind of like excitement and thrill, like what's going on, we started to deal with very concrete problems and very like big business issues. We were losing clients. One of my companies is solely based on event industry. So we are creating congresses, conferences, summits. We are TV shows and on. The digital work was kind of savings, because one of our part is jet events, so that's events for Coca-Cola, for T-Mobile, for MSD Pharmaceutical, but our part is jet digital. So the digital leg kind of hold us together. So what did we do? We had lots of employees, we had lots of people who now had nothing to do, but we still had to do something or let them go. I understand that many leaders, they see when there is a crisis, you don't have time to experiment. You don't have time to just like try things. The first thing on your mind is limit my consumption, limit my costs. So firing employees, closing down factories. It is counterintuitive, but I don't think it's the way for everyone. Of course, for some, I'm sure it is, but not for everyone. So what we try to do is to put creativity back into play. So we didn't fire anybody and we didn't close down. What we did, we said, okay, what can we do best? Our job is to bring people together. For 15 years we've done that. We have won the best agency in Europe. We were second one in the world. We got best conference on the world BEA awards, and so on and so on. So we really know how to bring people together. So what is important in the pandemic when everybody is in chaos and everybody is in panic? To bring together the type of leaders who are not panicking, who are offering cool solutions, creative minds, and show the rest of the leadership that was not in a good state of mind that there are solutions to this problem. So what we did is something that we call anti-panic conference. I will continue to speak. I will also try uh, to share a screen to show you, and I will ask Joshua if he can confirm that he can see my screen. So this was anti-panic conference. What we did is we created a virtual space, a beautiful virtual studio, where we invited leaders, the director of Google, director of T-Mobile, director of Skoda Cars, which is the biggest company in Czech Republic that takes care of big portion of the HDP, and many other big leaders. And we asked them to tell us what is their way out of the crisis. And remember, this was March. The crisis has just begun. So there were not many leaders who had the answer. But what was great is that we thought this will be a small event. But what started to happen was that leaders were welcoming our call and they were wanting to share their experience. They were not only wanting to share their experience of success, but also their experience of fail, what they have learned during failing, trying this strategy or that strategy. And that was a very, very powerful weapon in the beginning of all the drama. This was taken over by two TV stations. The national TV station published the results of our polling. Yes, polling, because any virtual conference has to be interactive. We focused a big portion of our energy to make it interactive. So people were able to do polling, people were able to do a word cloud, people were able to do questions. We will be able to feed live a visual of them asking our leaders. It was very inclusive. We didn't want to leave anybody behind. And we, from making one conference, in the end, we made a second one, third one, and fourth one. And this event became a backbone of the change in Czech Republic. People were looking forward to see it. Every conference was seen by 40,000 members of leadership community. We had a second chamber, which was called Essential 100, where we invited people whose impact has significant value in science, culture, economics, or society in general in Czech Republic. And that's why the polling and voting was so credible, because everybody wanted to see what does the business community think, how long it's going to take, what the government should do. And when we were publishing this polling, even the government got in touch with us, which was a great news, because they said, we want to be part of this conversation. And then that was the moment where the Minister of Foreign Affairs came and sit at the panel together with us, together with business professionals, discussing the best way forward. And that's what I call actual inclusion. One of the key DNAs of this concept was that the conversation was highly diverse. We had very different speakers with very different mindsets and very different skill sets. Now, why do we need solutions from people that can't really get along, from people whose opinions are so different? If you study closely the concept of diversity, you will understand and you will know, and there is proof about that, that when you put people who are alike, who are from the same segment, who are from same opinions, they believe the same concepts, you will very easily get solutions. It will not take too long. But how long will that solution stand? It will not stand for long. It will not work for long because the answer was found easily by similar people. When you have diverse people, people who sometimes even fight about what's right and what's wrong, and it will take a longer time, but the solution will be much more valuable, will be much more permanent, and it will withstand the test of the time. Uh, this was not the end of the story. After we did this, I decided that I want to offer this concept for United States. I'm also a member of Aspen Institute. I started to work with Aspen Institute 8 years ago in Czech Republic for their Aspen Young Leaders program. And then I was trying to get the Henry Crown Fellowship scholarship. It's Henry Crown Fellowship is one of the most prestigious fellowships in the world. It's amazing program. There is about 500 applicants every year, and that there is about 20 people that they take on. I waited 5 years to become part of that program, and I started it 1 year ago, just before the pandemic happened, and I went there and I told to my classmates, hey, this is what I'm doing in Czech Republic. Don't you want us to replicate it in US? And they said, yeah, let's do it. Why not? This is something great. We want to try. And what we did is we created a new brand based on a very same platform. We call it the Moonshot platform. Now, why did we call it the Moonshot platform? So anti-panic was something immediate. We needed immediate help. It was like saving someone who is drowning. So it had to happen fast. The technology that we have enabled us to launch the conference very fast. We were the first one in the whole country to launch virtual conference. But we needed to look further. We needed long-term solutions, which is something that honestly both Czech Republic and Nigeria has to learn. Because as I know myself, I know my father, I know my family, and I know many businesses in Nigeria, long term is not our strength. But in the States, this is something that they understand very well. So moonshot, what is the meaning of the word moonshot? Achieving something seemingly unachievable. Long shot, so long-term solutions, looking and aiming high. So we wanted the people to come together and rethink what is possible in 2020. For a very long time, we were enslaved by concepts of our own language. We believe things because we have some level of inherent conversations. So it's not just our genes being passed down from our parents, it's also beliefs. And because some of the beliefs are really ancient, they are very old, we need to think about what can we do today and really revise what did we believe in 5 years ago might not be true anymore. It might be true from one perspective, but maybe we are here to explore new perspectives. So that was the key element of the moonshot. Now, in the States, of course, I can't just come and bring the same piece of platform into the United States and think it will succeed. We have to think very hard to find what is the issue that the United States are going through right now. And you can't do that without creative minds and without to have a step in the country, so to have a feet in the country. So it was mostly my classmates, amazing people who took over and came up with what needs to be solved on this conference. And of course, it was a big issue that is the issue of we decided to target 3 different perspectives of inequalities. The inequality access to good education, inequality access to technologies, which is a bigger problem than you think, because the technology will create a huge gap between us, because the people who will have it, they will strive and they will succeed and they will be rich, and people who won't have it, they'll fall more and more behind. So access to technologies is very key in the future. And the third one was inequalities caused by race discrimination. And this was a you know, kind of a toxic topic, not easy, because it was in an exact time when America was torn apart by what was happening on the streets and what was happening um, with people being killed by police, and plus there were the fires, you know, so lots of issues to deal with. So we put together a very amazing set of speakers. Of course, we had all the data from the first conferences of anti-panic in Czech Republic, so we used the data with some creative minds. Again, I will remind you that creativity was a very strong key in this. And remember, I started as a dancer. I came from entertainment industry. This can be far-fetched for many, but it's not, because it's the thin red line that helped me to put together this as much as it helped me to put together the VMA of Arts. And that is, we put together 9 speakers, 9 mindsets with 9 skill sets. You see the similarities with the Czech one. To name a few: Jewel Brooks, the head of Google for Startups; Congressman Krishnamurthy from District of Illinois; Daniel Schreck, the doctor that was head of the, I think, Climatologist Association under President Obama; or Dr. Stevenson, who is leading the clinical trials for COVID vaccine; or Douglas Foote, who is director of the Aspen Institute's criminal justice reform, who is trying to prevent from people of color to be incarcerated for too little reason. Sorry for my English. As you can hear, I'm not native English speaker, but I'm doing my best. And the same thing as in Czech Republic, we had a support of Madeleine Albright. You might not know it, but the former US Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, was born in Czechoslovakia. And we've met in Aspen Mountains in Colorado, and we became friends. And she is an amazing person that decided to support us on our mission. Was it a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences, but definitely she is a great supporter, and she helped a lot of this to come together. So this was great. The discussion was amazing. I will play for you a little part of the conference. But there was one thing that I didn't like, and that is, how do we ensure that our conferences really have impact? Because now, we were the first to do the virtual conferences, but now there are many, there are hundreds, there are thousands of conferences around the world, and people speak, they inspire each other. But because there is so much of information pollution in the world, because everybody is throwing messages on us, advertising, do this, do that, trust this, trust that, it's very hard to maneuver, to get your orientation, to focus on the right thing. So we wanted to make sure that the people will not just leave the conference inspired. This was not enough for us. We wanted to be able to measure our impact. And this is something that we did, and I hope to bring this concept to Nigeria next year. What we did is we created a gallery, which will be called in the future the Moonshot Impact Gallery. And this gallery was for any leader, any visionary, to submit a project under 3 rules. 1, the project has to have measurable impact on people, on our environment. The project has to be at least in stage of prototyping. And 3, the project has to fulfill at least one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that were signed by over 193 countries of United Nations. So if you have project like that, don't hesitate to jump on our platform, Moonshot Platform Live, and fill in this easy form. You can upload 1 to 5 projects. It doesn't have to be your own. It can be project done by anyone, and then connect it to one of the SDGs. If you don't understand what SDG is, it's time to understand it. SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, are 17 different elements or different categories, from eradicating poverty to bringing education to kids, to human rights, equality between women and men, etc., etc. It's something that we all agreed on. All 90 and 193 countries has signed to be able to deliver, to fulfill these goals by 2030. And why is it important? Because if by 2030 we are not going to switch some of the trends that are happening in the planet today, we will be living in a very, very dark place that we don't want to raise our children in. That's why it's important not to just start our each of us our own thing, but to unite under something. And I believe that United Nations and the SDGs is something worth uniting under. So that's why we are targeting these SDGs. When you open the gallery, anybody can go into the gallery and you will find many different projects there. There's about 35 projects from the United States. You can read about them, and next year when we launch the new level of this platform, you will be able to either donate money to these projects. So to becoming part of the gallery can be good for the founders, because they will be able to receive money to expand the projects. Two, you will be able to click and become a volunteer, because somebody doesn't have money to donate, but they can donate their time. They can invest their time into these projects. So there will be a volunteer button. And then the third one, which is the most exciting for me, there will be button for those leaders who want to replicate that project in their own community, in their own region. And this is amazing because we want to work as an open source. So if you're doing goodwill projects, if you're doing projects that can make the life better in general or in a community with some of your invention, your patent, your TV program, it can be really anything, your dance show, it all can work. Then why wouldn't you want somebody else to copy it? Why wouldn't you want this project to be then done in Japan, in Hong Kong, in South Africa? So this is something that would in the future become, I think, the most significant crossroad of game-changing leaders, impact ventures, and policymakers, because we will need policymakers to be helping us on the way to do some of those significant changes. So now, if you allow me, again, I don't know if the sound is gonna be working. I will show you, because 48 hours after we launch this conference, we also launch a magazine for those who were not able to see it, to be able to read the essentials, the key takeaways from the conference. So I will now play it. I hope the sound will go. I will ask Joshua if you can please jump in and let me know if the sound is not working. I will stop because I'll already share a link, and enjoy it, and then we will wrap up this session. And thank you for your attention. So as you saw, it was not just another Zoom call. it was put together in a with all of our skills from the entertainment industry, so it can apply. It can be appealing to young people also, because we need to bring young people in the game to make them to be part of this change. And I think that the way to go is to really have the attention and keep the attention, because I understand the fatigue that we all have from all the zooming and gathering on virtual, and we are very much looking forward to finally be able to come together again, hug each other, and be in one room and just feel each other, because nothing can substitute that. But in the times like these, I think this can become a very significant tool that we can use. One more thing that I will say to this concept, and by the way, we also had Nigerians be present there. We had uh, your own Juliet Ehimwan, the director of Google Nigeria, joining in the Essential 100 room. She liked the program. I'm hoping to talk to her more about bringing this to Nigeria. But most importantly, this is not a dream that we have just because we are naive. We want to show in every conference, whatever topic we choose, for example, in this inequality topic, we want to show that there are moonshotters among us. We want to show that there are already moonshot projects going on that just maybe we don't know about them, we don't see them, but to see them and to know who are standing behind them, this is the biggest inspiration that can happen. So that's why we always feature these moonshot stories. So you've seen in this video, which I hope you've seen uh, with me now, 3 people. So this is Clarence Jones. Clarence Jones was an advisor to Martin Luther King. He is the one who wrote part of the speech "I Have a Dream." I'm sure you've known this famous speech "I Have a Dream." He is a man of God. It's a strong supporter of rights, human rights, but of course, strong defender of the cases of African Americans. And he was there. He is alive. He is a great person. He was speaking at the conference, giving us the one of the moonshot stories, one of the most moving moonshot stories that I've heard so far. Then we had Marcelo Clore, who is a CEO of Sprint that recently merged with T-Mobile. He has decided to give devices and internet access to 1 million kids that needed it. 1 million kids who stayed home, couldn't go to school because schools were closed, but couldn't continue their study. So this is a moonshot story. Or Pete Cadence, who is an amazing person. He has the Cadence Family Foundations. He went to one of the poorest neighborhoods in the United States and donated $3 million to give every student of that school tuition for university, as well as for one family member of each of the kids. So those are the moonshot stories that we are looking for. And don't take me wrong, there are moonshot stories in Nigeria, and there are gonna be much more moonshot stories in the future. We will try to make sure of it through this platform. So thank you for sharing this space with me. And I want to know if there are any questions, because this was all for me. I'm sure I went over my time. I'm sorry about that. Once I get into it, it's very hard to stop. So I'm ready for any questions you have. Okay, I'm seeing the chat. Okay, so you didn't hear the audio, but you've seen at least the images. Unfortunately, at least the images were there. Yeah, there is one thing that I have a question about the scholarship, the mission that I have here. So as you know, I went to Nigeria for the first time to visit the country of my father and my country, and to meet my grandma actually, and to also start a new mission. And that mission was to allow some students from universities and high schools to apply for scholarships to study in Europe, actually to Prague, in Prague. What happened is I had a beautiful workshop in University of Lagos, and that was Hey, thank you, Atin Sola. Thank you too. I had a great workshop, and then we recruited some amount of dancers who went through a very difficult process that had to show. It was this time it was scholarships for dancers, so they could apply to continue their study of dance in Prague, and they went through a very difficult process. In the end, they were able to get through. I think we have 7 dancers who were granted the scholarships, so they will get the school for free. But then the pandemic happened, so we are now struggling with getting all the paperwork and the visa. But we'll continue this program. Joshua, who is the convener of this conference, is one is the person who to talk to, because he's been a great help during my tour. We had like a media tour around Nigeria, in Abuja, in Ibadan, in Lagos, and he also took on his shoulders to be our representative in Nigeria together with Mr. Boyd, and he is also in touch with all those students. So we're already working on making things better on a smaller scale, but we hope to expand it and make it on the national scale too. So are there any? I'm seeing a lot of comments here, new ones. Grace, Lenny, thank you too. Thank you. Nice. So unless you have any more questions, I will wrap it up. I am very honored to be here. It was. I hope it was valuable on both ends. I'll be looking forward to your questions and comments. You can reach me anytime on my Instagram, Yemi Alchemist, or on my Facebook, Yemi AD, and I hope you will be able to use creativity to work for you, because the best way how to predict your future is to create it. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pack my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. Goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find
Hello, Barrister Jeffrey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. All right. So you have the floor. You can take us on your session. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm really, really impressed with the arrangement, the coordination by Prince Joshua, and I'm also very impressed that people were able to make out time from their very busy schedule to listen to what the speakers have to say today. I've been on the move, and I'm happy that we have a digital platform through which we can engage, we can instruct, and we can inspire. You know, I've listened to the other speakers before me, and sincerely, I do not think there is anything left to say because they've said what needs to be said. I always tell people that the problem we have in Nigeria is not a problem of inspiration or instruction. You know, we have a lot of churches available, we have businesses, we have the citizens, you know, but our problem is always implementation. So I want to encourage our audience, please pick one or two things from this entire platform, from this entire engagement, and run with the vision. If you try to do everything you hear here at the same time, you would crash in advance. You know, but if you can pick up one or two things and begin to implement it with rugged vigor, you would see that things would happen for you going forward. So I've been informed that I should be speaking on investment opportunities for wealth creation amidst the pandemic. I hope you can hear me. Okay, yes, I can. I'm told everybody can hear me. So I'm speaking on investment opportunities for wealth creation amidst the pandemic. Sincerely, when I was given this topic, I sincerely did not find it funny. I had to talk to the pioneer and our convener, that I do not think I have the capacity to speak about wealth creation, because in my own estimation, I am not wealthy. You know, in law, they would say you cannot give what you don't have, sincerely. And for me to be speaking about wealth creation, when in my own private and public estimation of myself, I think I'm not wealthy. I do not know if I am capable or I have the locus standi to speak about this. But I've been informed, and I've also seen from experience, that wealth creation is a process. It's not a destination. You become wealthy daily and not in a day. I would like to repeat that. You become wealthy daily and not in a day. Wealth is a process. It's a journey. It's a marathon and it's not a sprint. And you need to be consistent. You need to know in advance that for you to make wealth, one of the key attributes of making wealth is to always to ensure that your expenditure never grows beyond your income. That's the honest truth. Your expenditure should at no time exceed your income. I was reading a very old books. I tell people the greatest knowledge that can move you faster in life are knowledge you receive from the old, from the days of the old. Because we are in a fast time, we're in a fast nation, we're having a platform, we're having an engagement on a fast platform. Everything is fast. Fast food, fast internet, fast phones, fast relationships, fast social media posting, fast hype. Everything is so fast. But one thing that remains slow in this time and will forever remain slow is knowledge acquisition and wealth creation. You can become rich in seconds. I think there's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. You can become rich in a day. You have a lot of people who appear rich or seem to be rich. Perhaps they've gone into one fraudulent scheme or the other. Perhaps they find themselves in the tipping corridors of power. Perhaps they have colleagues who have opened some contractual doors for them and the money comes in. Yes, they are rich, but they do not become wealthy. Give them time. Wealth is not about startup, it's about sustainability. So what I'll be telling us about wealth today is I'll be speaking from my own personal experience. I'll try to keep it short as a lady's gown and long enough to cover the subject matter. I hope you learn one or two things from this, because as I'm talking, I'm also learning from myself and also learning from you too. Now, one thing I would like us to know is that wealth starts with a decision. You can only make wealth with a decision. And I'll be speaking from my own experience as a person. I would also be using my life experiences as instructions during this conversation to see if we can gain one or two things from ourselves. I think for a fact that I have defeated poverty. And I say this with all, let me not say a huge level of humility. I don't know if I'm really humble, but I am saying this with a high degree of self-awareness. I can never be poor in life again. Never be poor. It's not possible. If I choose not to walk again in life, I will never be poor. What I do not know is whether I'll be wealthy. But what I know is that I cannot be poor. Because in my estimation, the definition of poor, P-O-O-R, means passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's what I define poor as. That's what a lot of my inspirators, my mentors, and my leaders, both in law, leadership, and business, define poor as. You are poor when you are passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's when you become poor. A poor man is someone who sees opportunities but consistently pass over it repeatedly. A poor man is someone who cannot feed, you cannot eat, and you cannot drink without support. That's when you are poor. I think there's a difference between being in lack and being poor. That's the honest truth. And the moment you are not passing over opportunities repeatedly, the moment you are giving out services to people, you will never be poor. And I think I've gotten to that level. There was a period the legal profession was not serving me. It was not bringing enough money as I wanted. You know, I tell people there's a problem we barristers have. I call it proud and poor. A lot of lawyers are proud and poor. I call it PAP. You see them speaking where we were, so therefore, my Lord, may I, and they are extremely poor and proud in their poverty. So what I say is, at a point, law was not paying me. You know, I'll be putting in the effort and I was not getting the money. I became a teacher. I started teaching in lesson centers, about 4 lesson centers at that point, government, literature in English and English language. And I was earning 500 naira per hour in a day, 2,000 naira times 30 days. I didn't become a teacher because I did not like law. I became a teacher because let it not be heard that Barrister Jeff is begging for food. You need to decide in advance that you cannot be poor. So it starts with a decision. The second thing you need to do to make wealth, apart from a decision, because as I told you, Nigerians are high on inspiration. After this session, a lot of you will go into your house, you will cry your way out, you will kabash, you will rabush. I give you 48 hours, you're back to the same thing you were doing before the summit. So you need to make a decision that I will not be poor. Then secondly is you need to take action. But before taking action, you must be angry. You cannot become wealthy by being happy. Happiness doesn't bring wealth. I think as a person that happiness perhaps is the exclusive preserve of the rich. I think you can be joyous while you're poor because joy comes from the Lord. You know, a lot of us who are Christians will say, my joy comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. You can be joyous while poor, but I don't think you are permitted to be happy while you're poor. So to make money, you need to be angry. And how do you become angry? Be angry with your situation. The greatest form of truth is self-truth. If you can sit yourself down in the inner chambers of your soul, lock your door and tell yourself the truth. Become angry with your situation. And how do you become angry with your situation? Now we are currently in December, and if it's possible in your bank account, you have less than 5 digits, about 20 or 30,000 or 40,000. It is not heaven did not go against you. It is a product of lack of financial management. That's the honest truth. Because you will not tell me that from January to December, you did not make money. But what you did is that you were making money, but you were not planning your money. And I give an example. For example, if you want to become wealthy, I see a lot of churchgoers who pay tithes in the church. You know, they make money, and the moment they are making their money, they pay 10% to their reverend father or to their pastor. It is not negotiable. And I want to say here that I think religiosity has tenderized our brain as a nation. I'm a child of God. I operate in divine principles, but I want to let you know that countries did not become rich by religion. They became rich by consistent application of principles. God is for everybody. He's the God of the poor. He's the God of the rich. He's the God of those that know him and those that do not. And that's why you can see certain nations who do not proclaim God as openly as we do, wielding wealthy power, and we are here preaching and dreaming dreams. Now, let me give you an example. If you were paying 10% as tithes from January till now to your pastor, and you were consistent in tithing, I want to tell you that the dividends of your tithing wanted to come, but there was no platform for it to come. Why? You paid 10% to the church from every income. What did you pay to yourself? So for me, what I tell people is, for me, I call it the 10-10-80 rule. If you're paying 10% as a tithe to a church, for example, you should decide in advance that 10% of your income is retained for you. An emphasis on you. I'm not saying your father, I'm not saying your mother, your friends will get sick. Your colleagues, your brother will need money for school fees. No, 10% of your income, that's the minimum. I do 20%. But 10% of your income is yours to keep. The church can take 10, but the remainder 10 must be yours to keep. And you are not keeping this money for enjoyment. You're not keeping it for fun. You're not keeping it to go to Cubana or go to the club. No, you're keeping this for wealth creation. You're keeping it for investment in high yielding assets, assets that secure your capital. That's the honest truth. So please, I'm saying that as we go into the new year, apart from being faithful in tithing, apart from being men and women of charity, helping the needy, they know the wahala, know the finish. You must decide in advance that a percentage of your income must be retained for you. And do not save that money in an account you can access. For me, where I save 20% of my income for investment is in the bank. And I don't save it in a bank account that has an ATM card. Wahala is spiritual. He knows when you have money. I do not save that money in an account that I can use *770#. No, you will finish it. I save that money in an account that before you can withdraw, you must dress up and go to the bank. You must wear your clothes and go to the bank. Before I started saving for wealth creation, I dismantled banking application on it. I dismantled ATM card. I broke the ATM card. And I dismantled *77 or *33 or whatever they call it. So before you withdraw from those accounts, you must prepare in advance to go to the bank. The best way to save such money is in fixed deposits. You can save 10 or 20% of your income in fixed deposits. You can save it in platforms like Piggyvest and the rest. I shouldn't be mentioning names because we don't want to advertise platforms. But there are platforms that have safe lock. Save your money for 6 months. Know that 20% or 10% of your income from January to May must go to this account. And by May or June, you will be surprised what will be there. Sometimes 20% of my income is 19 naira. I send it there. Sometimes it's 100,000. I send it there. But you will be shocked that in 6 or 8 months, you would see that you have millions, sometimes 800,000 or 700,000 already saved. And you will ask yourself, how did I make this money? Is this really 20% of my income? That's the honest truth. So please, what I need us to know is that to make wealth, we must, one, make a decision that we want to become wealthy. Two, we must be angry with poverty. You cannot be poor and smiling. Always, I see poor people jumping and don't be happy with your poverty. I'm not saying you should be angry physically, but you should be angry in your spirit, because you can convert anger to greatness. That is the honest truth. So please, that is part of wealth creation. Now, I also want to tell you on how you can create wealth creation in a pandemic, because we're currently in a pandemic. And I'm seeing today, I was currently in Shiloh this morning. I've received my Shiloh blessing. And I'm seeing a lot of people giving revelation and prophecies saying that next year will be better. I pray, amen. Hallelujah, somebody. All right. But I want to also let you know that the financial institutions are saying that the wahala that is coming is doing press up. I want to let you know that the World Bank has said that next year, 20 million Nigerians will be falling into poverty. And this poverty is not a sexy poverty. It is a dramatic, endemic, pandemic poverty. I want to let you know that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you will receive the same results. So if you get into January with the same financial habits, no saving culture, you know, I cannot come and kill myself. Now who they are alive, they save, no, let's enjoy. No change is coming in 2021. I laugh in Spanish. It's not coming. So for change to come, you need to make strategic decisions and do certain things. One thing you need to do, even before savings, is what we call a change of mindset. I read a book, and the book was talking about two types of mindsets. We have the fixed mindset, and we have the growth mindset. Now, what is the fixed mindset about? The fixed mindset is a mindset that says, these are the things I can do. I am good in public speaking. I am good in marketing. I am good in banking. And you keep doing those things. Only those things. That is a fixed mindset. I want to tell you, I shouldn't be saying my age, but I was born in 1994. People say I look older. I don't know. And I want to tell you that for 25 years of my life, I had a fixed mindset. I kept doing only the things I knew how to do. Public speaking, a bit of marketing. What again? Yeah, showing up at events, networking. I'm a party guy. You invite me for your party, I'm there. And what happened for those 25 years of my life was I was having a fixed set which was equals to a fixed income. I was not growing financially because I only kept doing the things I knew how to do. The moment you bring something I don't understand, Jeff, there is this new opportunity, I'll say, no, that's not my field. No, I'm a lawyer. No, it's not allowed. Someone brought a farming opportunity my way. I say, farm me? I'm a corporate man. I wear suit. Farming is too dirty for, no way. And what happened was I was having fixed income, no growth. So I want to let you know that you cannot become wealthy having a fixed mindset. You can only become wealthy when you have a growth mindset. And what is a growth mindset? Growth mindset is moving from those things you know how to do and going into the things you know you must do. I repeat, moving from the things you know how to do and going into those things you know you must do. Not you want to do, but you must do. Now, one thing I needed to do was to build on my technology skills. I only understood Microsoft from the Microsoft Word level. That's all. I did not know how to use Zoom. I did not know how to do PowerPoint presentations. I did not have digital skills. But I want to tell you, you cannot become wealthy in this digital generation if you don't have digital skills. So what I have done is I have moved from growth mindset and from fixed mindsets of knowing how to talk and laugh and smile, and I'm moving to a growth mindset. I am currently taking technology classes. I am learning how to design the best PowerPoint presentations, hold the best Zoom sessions, even do streaming just as we are currently doing. I am building my technology skills. And I think technology skills are required for wealth in this generation. You can make money while you're sleeping. I make money while I'm sleeping now because of technology. So you need to learn technology. Technology skills include forex trading. A lot of us have been hearing about forex. You know, in fact, I think early some months back, someone was telling me he makes money while I'm sleeping. I should not sleep again, Abi. No, I should be awake. When you're sleeping and making money. And I saw it as a joke. But when I went into the system of technology, I saw that indeed you can be making money while you're sleeping. It's called passive income. I moved from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset when I went into cryptocurrency trading. Usually, if the money is not in the bank, if you're not speaking naira or dollar, I am not interested. But I've been hearing a lot about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT, stable coins, that this is the future. And I was like, what is happening here? I had to research. And you know, research comes from the word re and search. So you keep searching till you get it. I had to research, and I saw that cryptocurrency is extremely volatile. You can lose your money, but you can make your money in ways unimaginable. And I started taking classes in cryptocurrency trading. I went in the month of July with $100, and as of today, I have made about 1,000% profit on my money. I've made close to $100,000 in cryptocurrency. This was the Jeff that never understood cryptocurrency, forex, or technology in the year 2020. He decided in advance, he used the growth mindset, he started taking classes, and in less than 4 months, he has gotten results that men who have been in that system for over 10 years have not made, because he was angry with his situation. And that's why I think anger plays a role. Another way to make money in uncommon times such as this is to give services that are required. There is a difference between needs and wants. You necessarily may not become wealthy in a country as Nigeria that is struggling if you are providing services that are wants. Wants are desires. I want to go to the spa. After this session, I'm going to the spa, you know, to get a massage, you know, and the rest. It's a want. I'm not saying you will not become wealthy creating wants or your services if they are wants, but I'm telling you, in a crisis, in a recession, as we find ourselves, people may necessarily not invest their little capital in wants. You become wealthy in a pandemic, you make money in a pandemic when you are providing services that can be described as needs. People need those services. I invested in farming a few months ago because we must chop this December. You have money, you don't have money, you will buy food to eat. So agriculture can be described as a need. Going into FMCG, fast moving consumer goods, do you produce water? Whether people have money or not, they will drink water. Do you produce food? Is your food good? People will buy food. Do you produce technology services? Everything is going digital. People will use it. So is your service a want or a need? I'm not, if your service is a want, you can remain there if you brand it well, if you have the right network and the structure. But if your service, if you want it to be taken by people and you want to make a lot of money, you must produce services that are needs. Services that when, if people don't use those services, they will not be comfortable. Fashion in a way can be described as a need, depending on how elitist it is. People who must wear clothes. It can be okrika, it can be second-hand or whatever. So you need to produce services that are seen as needs, and you would make money. Another thing you will need to make money in this pandemic or to create investment opportunities is that you must collaborate. Collaboration is at the heart of creativity. One man cannot make a village. You cannot do it alone. Most of the investment opportunities that have expanded my commercial net worth were brought to my notice by people in my circle. Collaboration. I am telling you for a fact that your colleague in the office may not make you rich. And if he gets the opportunity or the information that will make you rich, he may not share because he will be using the information himself. And I want to tell you something about information in making wealth. Information is the currency of destiny. If you're not informed, you are deformed. If you get information, you would only get information if you collaborate. And how do you collaborate? The information you need for wealth creation is with a common man. The information you and I need to make money in this country and beyond is with the common man. How do you treat your gate man? How do you treat your cleaner in the office? How do you treat that beggar on the street? The common man has information or commercial opportunities you don't understand. I've gone into real estate and I've noticed in real estate, I do not get information about properties up for sale from my fellow big boys or my fellow lawyers. Nobody gives me those information. I get those information from the common man, a simple gate man who says, barrister, thank you for the way you treat me. Oh, that 100 naira you dashed me last week, I appreciate it. Barrister, that house is for sale, 90 million. And I get in. And God keeping me alive and showing me favor, I sell and make about 4 million from it. And I still go back to that common man with about 10% of that money and give to him. He breaks down in tears because it's beyond his income. But one thing that happens, he will consistently keep giving you information. So what I want to tell you sincerely is you need information for wealth creation in this pandemic, but it's very possible that information is not in your circle. It is in the hands of common men. It is in the hands of people that are just watching you on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, and the rest. Treat them as you want to be treated. Be humble. Greet Peppy. It doesn't cost a lot to say good morning. How are you doing? This Christmas, bless people that are not expecting blessing from you. Even Dangote still they find money, but Dangote they give money. You can at your level bring out 1,000 naira and give to 10 people that you know that 10,000 will make their Christmas. Sow a seed. Charity brings economic opportunities. Help those people that are not expecting help from you, because those expecting help from you have over time developed what I call an entitlement mentality. I'm the first of 8 children, and I want to put it to you that my 7 siblings, if I give them money today, they may say thank you, but they are also expecting me to give them money. I'm the first. You're the first child, you should give us money. In fact, those people may not say thank you. They're like, all right, thanks. They will shorten the thanks to TNX. Yeah, then you try. Assist people beyond your network, and those people may in turn give you information that you naturally will not get. Another way to get information is to join groups. There are certain networks you need to join. I'm 20 something now, and I will tell you that people my age that are my friends are just about 4 or 5. But I have about 1,000 acquaintances that are my age. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. My friends are elderly people. Why? Elderly people will not be telling me about the latest girl in town. Elderly people will not be disturbing me that iPhone 12 Pro has come out. If it wants to come out, it should come out. Elderly people will not be disturbing me that I'm not wearing the latest shoe or I'm not sending the right vibes. Elderly people will be giving me investment opportunities. Barrister Jeff, my boy, come. There is this thing I want you to do. Can you help me go to Abuja? Yes, sir. Dramatize loyalty. Elderly people will teach you from their mistakes because they've lived life beyond you. My friends in their 50s and 40s sit me down and give me marriage tips. I'm single. But if I discuss marriage with you now, you will think I've been married in my former life. Because you learn from their mistakes and you don't make those same mistakes. Elderly people do not see you as a threat. Your mates, your peers are in a way scared of your destiny. You are moving too fast. You may be too fast. Elderly people or people above you, your mentors may they want to bring you to their level. They want to raise you up. So check your friend network. In your friend network, if you are the best in your friend network, if you are the best in your friend network, you will not grow. If your network is a network where they are always hailing you, Baba, the leader, after you na you, inside you na you, before you na you, within you, are you pick milk? It's in you. You will not grow. You must have a network that inspires you. You must have a network that can recommend you. There are legal services I give to people because of my network. A big man in my network will say, I have my boy, he's a lawyer, he will do it. And I get deals worth millions from that. So please, your network matters, particularly in Nigeria. Abroad, you may not need network to make money. Be a person of skill. But in Nigeria, if a Mark Zuckerberg does not have a Buhari in his circle, his Facebook may be used only in his house. You need network in this country. You need network. So grow your network. You can grow your network in the church by joining groups in the church. You can join. I recently joined Rotary. I joined Rotary Club because Rotary now is for the old people. The young people are in Rotract. I've joined Rotary. So I will be there singing fellowship with service with the old men, waiting for them to give me opportunity. Join groups that will grow you. Then another thing I would like to say, and we may not find this funny, I'm trying to round up, in making money this season is you may need to relocate. You may need to relocate. Sometimes your destiny, there is nothing wrong with your destiny sometimes. What is wrong with your destiny is the location. I'm still in Nigeria because I'm a lawyer. I'm not demarketing our country. I'm in Nigeria because I'm a lawyer. I'm in Nigeria because I have courage to dare. I'm in Nigeria because I'm a networker. I'm in Nigeria because I know that the best place to make money is in a lawless country. We are a lawless republic. And in a lawless country, if your file open, you know they close, the money will be loud. That's why I'm here. But some of you are not designed for a dysfunctional system like Nigeria. Some of you are too organized for this country. Some of you like to play the game by the rules. Some of you were structured in such a way that 1 + 1 must be 2. In Nigeria, 1 + 1 is not 2. 1 + 1 is equals to whatever the system wants it to be. So what I'm saying is you need to evaluate yourself and check your skill sets. If your skill set is in technology, high tech, if your skill set is in doing things beyond the normal, if your skill sets are skill sets that they pay higher, nurses earn higher abroad than here. Here you will be here, there will not be lights. You will give injection in the wrong bum. If your skill set can only flourish in a system that works, relocate. That you did not make it in Nigeria does not mean you will not make it in Canada. That your destiny was not activated in Osun State does not mean it will not see fruition in the state of Florida. Check yourself. If you know that you have the system, you have the skill set to make it in a system that works, begin the journey towards going there. Because the worst thing that will happen to a man in life is when you think you may have done better, but you don't. So if you think in truth and in spirit that you will make it in a better climb, then leave, go there, spend about 1 or 2 years in a better climb, so that you are speaking from a place of experience and not experiments. So that's what I would say. I would also leave Nigeria at a point, not because I want to, but I see myself as a future leader in this country. And for me to become a leader in this country, I need a bit of foreign flavor. My education cannot end with the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. My education cannot end with the University of Lagos. I am not made in Nigeria products. I must have a bit of foreign flavor. So I'm not leaving this country until I go to Harvard or Oxford or a school with a name. And I go there for knowledge, masters in business administration or something in public policy. I network with the future global leaders of the world. Then I may come back to Nigeria, hoping that my destiny will flourish at some point. So I have decided in advance I will leave at a point, but not now. So what I'm saying in essence is you need to look within yourself and know if this system is against you. The system can be against you, and you may need to leave. So I would also want to conclude, it will not be good to talk about all this without telling you what I've done. I want to tell you that you should take risks. I'm 2 years as a lawyer. The Legal Practitioners Act says I'm 3 years post-call, but I've opened my own law firm. Citus Partners is in Lekki phase 1. And I opened my law firm in this pandemic. There is prosperity in pandemic. I repeat, there is prosperity in pandemic. Do not curse yourself with your words saying, this pandemic, it don't show me shege. No. Speak to yourself. You are wired by your words. Your words create your world. Speak to yourself that you will make money. I opened my law firm with my colleague, John Ode, in this pandemic, in Lekki phase 1. My rent for my office is in millions. I could have opened that law firm in Yaba. I could have opened that law firm in Surulere. But why I did not do that is that my destiny will be populated by Yaba people, Surulere people. My legal services will be, I don't know, put it, people will be paying me with the Yaba templates. Barrister, if you not do one for 50,000, someone else go do one do one or we move. Move. I had to move to phase 1. And in phase 1, the kind of clients we've been getting are clients that we pay you 1 million and say, please manage. Barrister, what I have is 1 million. Can you manage it? So that's what I'm talking about, location. You must locate your I have been in Lagos for 26 years. I was living on the mainland for 20 something years. My destiny only activated when I came to the island. There's a reason why it's called the island. It's a high land. The land is high. That's why it's called island. So I am telling you, I opened my law firm in August, and from August till now, we've made millions. A lot of my mates who are the same age with me at the law are looking at me in 3D. They think we are joking. They think we are mad. But the truth is, only mad people make it in this country. Be here till we build our own building and own our own building on this island as a law firm. Another thing I've also done is I've gone into passive income. I call it Cubitech. This is the platform. I'm not advertising it. I'm not telling you to join, but this is one platform I have joined, Cubitech, cryptocurrency trading. And they trade on my behalf. They give me up to 25% a month. That is part of the things I do on the side. Cryptocurrency, Cubitech. You can trade yourself in crypto, or they trade for you. They are trading for me thousands of dollars, and I'm making passive income. So part of what you may need to do this season is that you may look for a system. It can be Cubitech, it can be any other system, it can be TradeFX. Look for a system that is real. There are so many fake systems outside there, and these systems will not last forever. Do not take your inheritance and put in these platforms. No. Remember the days of MMM. Affliction will not arise a second time. Go into systems that give you passive income, and they should be what it is, passive income. Don't make them your full-time job. Do not resign from your office and join Cubitech or join TradeFX or join whatever. No, passive income. Or begin to trade yourself in Forex or whatever. Gradually start small. Do not take a risk you cannot discount. That is one singular principle for wealth. Don't take a risk you cannot discount. Don't invest money in a platform or in a system that if you lose the money, your life is lost. No. In this system, I've invested about $25,000, but God forbid, if the money or if the system crash, I will sleep like a baby boy. You will see me dancing in church during Thanksgiving. I cannot lose because someone called me yesterday. I'm sorry to say this. Called me yesterday that he got I don't even know him. He said someone told him about Barrister that told him that there is a contract in Dangote refinery. He was giving contract 80-something million. I say, are you listening to me? Let me pray for you. The God that give you that contract will provide for your contract. Hallelujah. Amen. All the best. And I called the call. But some of you, once you hear Dangote refinery, whoa, I'm going to be part of the owners of Dangote refinery. You put the money. Are you there? Are you there? Can you go there? Can you verify the contract that it is real? Don't take a risk you cannot discount. And that's one principle of wealth. Some of you have been buying, I hear in Ibejuleki now, I see it every time. Land of 600,000, 400,000, 300,000, 400,000, 900,000. You are buying bush. Some of you are buying what does not exist. The land I bought in Ibejuleki, 1.8 million. Why? The land has C of O. Why will you buy land without going to the Lagos Land Registry and confirming the land title? You don't want to pay lawyers. You want to take the risks. You see online on Instagram, 200,000 land, full plot, you buy. When you go for inspection, they will be pointing into the bush. Turn your head like this, do like this, do like this, do like this. See your land down there. I laugh in Spanish. You have bought BC. For some of you, it will work, but for most people, it will not. So please, I want to conclude on this note so I don't overtalk and we can go back to what we need to do. To make wealth in this system, in Nigeria, in these times, you need to do a self-audit. Audit yourself. That is why KPMGs and the rest are making money. Their work is auditing. Audit yourself. Bring a paper. Those who think on paper think better. Bring a paper and divide the paper into two. Write in one place strengths. In another place, write weaknesses. Write down your strengths. What do you have energy for? What can you do without preparing? That's where you should be putting your focus. And that's where you can make wealth. Then go to weaknesses. Write down weaknesses. And any weakness that is so fundamental that without it you cannot make wealth, begin to work on it. My weakness before now was lack of technology skills. I'm working on it. My weakness before now is lack of exercise. If you see me, I'm becoming round like a football. And I'm not tall. So if you're not tall, why will you be short and be round? Adding weight unnecessarily. Is even affecting my emotional and sexual energy. So I need to work on it. So part of the weakness I need to work on is constant exercise so that I am mentally prepared for the journey ahead. So you need to work on your self-audit is key to make money. Second thing to make money is to be angry. Be angry with your situation. Tell yourself, Jeff, I cannot be poor. I cannot be passing over opportunities repeatedly. Be angry with yourself. Third thing is to write the plan down. Write it down and paste it somewhere. Every month I paste my plan in my room. This month I want to make 2 million naira in savings. Once I wake up, after in the name of the Father and the Son and 1 or 2 prayer, I read my plan out. I must make 2 million this month through this. And I begin to work. Repetition brings results. You can't just plan, you plan something. Some of you, your New Year resolution, you forget it in January. The resolution does not enter February. You enter January after the New Year prayer in the church and a bit of crying, oh Lord, without you I am nothing. You just forget it. No, you must keep it in paper. Remind yourself. Another thing you need is, most importantly, you must provide services that are needs and not wants. You must provide services that are needs. Without those services, people cannot survive. You can make your money from wants. Some of you sell bone straights, straight bone and all those things. When you make your money from selling wants, invest some part of those income in services that provide needs. That's it. Then you also need passive income in systems like Cubitech, as I am, in FX, in whatever they call it. You must make passive income. No man has become rich. No man has become rich by always working. Always, every time he's working. No. You must send your money on commercial errands. Your money must be working. I recently gave someone a loan because he's loan worthy and I'm a debt recovery agent. I know my percentage. I know I also have the collateral with me. I've sent the money on errand. If you work out, don't work out, the collateral will sell it. It's here. So you must have passive income to become wealthy. And as I've also seen, as you are seeing on the screen, you must be a person of charity. Wahala no dey finish. You must sow a seed to people that cannot tell you thank you. Next week, I'm planning to give 100 plates of food to 100 beggars. It's small, but that's what I can do. Those young children you see on the road always begging for food. The food I will, don't give what you cannot eat. Oh, If you want to give a seed that you can receive. Some of you give seed of 100 naira, 20 naira. You want to give to the poor. I see it a lot in Nigeria. You want to give money to the poor, you open your bag and you are digging deep into the bag. Where is that 15 naira? Yeah, where is the 20 naira? See 10 naira. You now give. You will get a 10 naira seed now. Can you collect 10 naira? Sow a seed you can receive. Sow a seed that will pain you. Tell God, this seed, it go pain me. And sow it. But most importantly again is build your network. Be intentional about knowing people, reaching out to people, and you can be intentional. Every week, I call 3 people every week. And the idea of calling those 3 people, I call 3 people that I know that once I call them, they will say, Barrister, you remember me? I really did not remember you. It was a planned action that every week I must call 3 people that are not expecting my call. Check your contacts now. You have about 2,000 contacts. Some of you have 1,500 contacts, but you don't call anybody. You just post on WhatsApp and you expect us to look at it. Once in a while, call people and good afternoon, sir. I just wanted to greet you, sir. I want to renew my loyalty. This is your boy, Barrister Jeff. Good day, sir. I want to thank you for what you did for me in 2015. I know I've said thank you before, but sir, it was laid in my heart today to say thank you again. Thank you. You will be blessed, sir. Thanksgiving is an application for more. And sincerely, if we do all these things, also having in mind that you may need to relocate, you either innovate or you relocate. Having in mind you may need to relocate, I really, really believe that wealth will be yours and mine in this season. So please try and implement some of these things in December. I tell people, if you have New Year resolutions for January, you need to use December as a testing period. You don't, most times when we started driving cars those days, you don't enter a car and start it and start moving. You start it, you accelerate a little, boom, boom, you warm it up. So please, if you have plans for 2021, can you please use December as a testing period? Test your plans. Okay, can I? Should I? All right. Try it out. And I really, really believe that next year, if I'll be a speaker here, my life will be better and yours will be better, and together we will make wealth. Thank you very much.
my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can't stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a car. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. pack my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, friends, and goodbye, folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. Said that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well.
I'm a dreamer, and the only thing that can stop me is when I stop dreaming, because every dream I've had, I've always achieved it. So once I dream, I go out for it, and I work towards achieving it, and it's always done.
It gave extra effort to put quality, good sound, good picture, and entertain the people of Africa and people of the world. Do me an honor, stand to your feet as we celebrate this icon, one and only, Kule Afolayo.
Till the world sees your face, till we take over the world. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go there by your side. It's not over, it only just began. You've come closer than you've ever been. Take your chances, it won't hurt to try. No need to worry, we go there by your side. Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We can carry your matter for any. We can love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. You're a hero and fans to love you.
Wish you long life and prosperity. We there with you, we don't go forget you. No matter his colors, we gon' love you for life. No need to worry, we gon' love you for life.
Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We will carry your matter for radio. We will love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. We will carry your matter for radio. We will love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We will carry your matter for radio. We will love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gonna carry your matter for radio. We will love you for life.
You will love me forever. No weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. They okay, my papa. Cause I'm my papa. My baba, me pajimi, already, I already say me, I declare to me. Happy birthday, daddy.
Love you, Daddy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, TSF.
Hello. Okay, and sure everyone can see. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, how you doing?
Very well, thank you. Thank
I
you
hope I
so
didn't
much.
come in late at all because,
Oh, you're fine.
I was actually rushing. I'm ministering somewhere as well, so I was
Okay.
trying
Thank you
to,
for taking the time.
Yeah. So how are you?
Very well, thank you. We are all listening to you. The audience is
Yeah, I'm talking
listening to
about
you.
winning
So,
strategies
yes, yes.
for
So you
youth.
can, for young people, yes.
First thing- Sorry,
To winning strategies for young social political leaders
political
in today's
leaders.
world. Yes.
The
Those
first
who are
thing for
prepared to
me,
choose the word.
the first thing is we have to come to the point where we realize that leadership is not, it's not about how old you are. Like the Bible says, the race is not to swift, it's not to the mighty, but time and chance happened to them all. So for me, it's not age. Being a political leader, it's not about your age. You could be 18, 20, and groom yourself to be a leader. The first thing is to have a mentor that you can say in all its ramifications that, oh, this particular person that I'm his mentee or her mentee has done such and such and such and is worthy of being called my mentor. I say all the time when I have an opportunity to speak, I said, Fatima doesn't have a godfather. I don't believe in godfatherism in the Nigerian context. There's no way that you will not have a political leader as an upcoming politician, but you can make up your mind, like Daniel proposed in his heart, that I will not defile myself. I have found out in my sojourn in politics, I have been here since 1999, that most of us have misplaced priorities and misplaced loyalties. What do I mean by this? You have a political godfather, and the political godfather says, whether you're deserving of it or not, I am going to give you the House of Assembly ticket. For example, your political godfather knows that in all its entirety, you have nothing that you intend to deliver to the electorate. But because you're seen as a pawn in the hands of the political leaders and the class, they bring you somebody who is undeserving of the ticket, they give you the ticket, they sponsor your elections, and then at the end of the day, you're answerable and accountable to them. This way, there's no dividends of democracy anyway. You won't be able to give what you don't have. Everything accrued to the constituency goes back to your political godfathers. They give you an allowance for constituency projects. The first thing you're thinking of doing is, I have to take it back to our godfather. So he tells you, okay, this is 100 million, go and drop 80 million, you keep 15 million, use 5 million to execute. So I'm asking, how possible is it for people to have the dividends of democracy? So the first thing for me is to ensure that you have developed yourself mentally, psychologically, everywise to say, I am responsible enough to be a political leader. If you look at it in the secular world, people who are 18, 20, 22, 25 can father a child. And the moment you father a child, there's this sense of responsibility that automatically drops on your shoulders. So that's how I want us to look at ourselves. I tell women sometimes, I say, you say, oh, I want to marry a rich man. Why do you want to marry a rich man? Have you thought about you becoming the rich woman yourself? I believe, don't get it twisted, I believe totally, absolutely in the headship of a man. But the truth is, I tell people all the time, I said, I am 48. A 48-year-old man will take care of his wife and his family. So I have that mentality of seeing myself as a 48-year-old man. And so that preps me up. And that's the driving force for me to become responsible. So for me, the first thing is ensuring that you've looked at yourself and you're saying, I am going into politics not with a set mind of wanting to go and take my national chair. No, politics is not a national cake. That's the preconceived and the erroneous idea that we have had. But we are set to change the narrative. So for me, it is more of preparing yourself psychologically, mentally, and otherwise, like I have said. The second thing is to look for mentors. Like I've said, be a mentee that when they ask you, who is your mentor? I have several mentors. The first person I meant as a mentor when I got into politics is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban. Along the line, we fell off because the ideals that I do not believe in. I believe in politics being doable and accessible to the common man, to the grassroots, because it is this grassroots people who come out. And I am not an elitist politician. I'm a grassroots politician. So for me, I didn't see what I wanted. What I took out of my daddy Bola Ahmed Tinubu is his drive and his determination. So I moved on to Jimmy Agbaje. Jimmy Agbaje taught me a different kind of politics. He taught me we don't necessarily have to involve thuggery in politics. We don't necessarily have to fight, to kill. We could drop our arms. We could ensure that our votes are speaking. So, like I have said, be careful who your mentor is. So there have been a lot of other people along the line. At some point in time, I've had things to take out of almost a day. I've had things to take out from Honorable Rita of a Jeremy Fellow. I see her drive. I see the things that she does in a Jeremy Fellow, and I'm excited. So I've had reasons to meet other people along the line that I have seen. Thirdly, as an upcoming youth, you have to ensure that the first thing you're doing as a woman is saying no to patriarchy. What does that mean? Do not allow any male politician use you as a female upcoming politician. Don't allow any male politician use you against your fellow woman. I've had reasons where I've had to run an election, and I mean, everyone knows the most popular candidates in that constituency is Fatima, but because most of the ladies are having, relationship with the men, patriarchy sets in. So, as an upcoming female politician, never allow any male politician use you against a fellow youth. Listen to me, I say all the time. In closing, I'm so sorry, this is a short one because I have to rush on somewhere. I say all the time, the youths can come together and change the narratives. Look at the president of France. He's 35 years old. So what are you doing? Go and get your PVC. They're going to open up the electoral process. I know a lot of youth who are not even registered. So when they stand on social media, elections are not won on social media. Get away from Twitter. Get away from Facebook. Leave Instagram. Go to the field. Start politics from your locality. Go and be registered. Be registered. Once you are registered as an eligible voter, you start the process from there. Look at your environment and your locality. What can I do to touch the lives of people in my locality? And so I am beckoning on the youths. Join me in this drive. We are not too young to run. Let us change the narratives. Politics must be doable and achievable to the electorate. Thank you very much for having me.
my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. Said that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. Wish me
I'm a dreamer, and the only thing that can stop me is when I stop dreaming, because every dream I've had, I've always achieved it. So once I dream, I go out for it, and I work towards achieving it, and it's always done.
It gave extra effort to put quality, good sound, good picture, and entertain the people of Africa and people of the world. Do me an honor, stand to your feet as we celebrate this icon, one and only, Kunle Afolayan.
Till the world sees your face, till we take over the world. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We will love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We'll keep the fire burning through the dark. We go there by your side. It's not over, it only just began. You've come closer than you've ever been. Take your chances, it won't hurt to try. No need to worry, we go there by your side. Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for any. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. You're a hero and fans still love you. We gon' love you for life.
Wish you long life and prosperity. We there with you, we no gon' forget you. No matter his colors, we gon' love you for life. No need to worry, we gon' love you for life.
Till the world sees your face, till you take over the world. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, you see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gon' carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life. When you're looking for a hero, see your dad and you find one. We gonna carry your matter for radio. We gon' love you for life.
You love me forever. No weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. They okay, my papa. Cause I with my papa. My bami, babami, padimi, padimi, oremi, I ready to say me, I did to me. Happy birthday, daddy.
Love you, Daddy.
my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. Said that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. Pack my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city and that's my home. Goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. That's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. Said that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a car. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I had a bottle in the city, and that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well, wish me well. I had a bottle life in the city. So that's where all my dreams will come true. I'm gonna work hard, and when I get there,
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing today?
Wonderfully. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. I know it's quite early where you are, but you took the effort and sacrifice to be up this early for us. We are grateful. We appreciate it.
Well, I'm grateful you're putting on this wonderful event, and it's an honor to get to speak with you.
Okay, so you'll have the floor, and then you can take us through on the session winning strategies for social entrepreneurs amidst a pandemic. You run as a CEO the Global Good Fund. I met you once in 2015 in the US, and you're doing an amazing work with the Global Good Fund Fellowship. And it's an honor to have you on the platform this afternoon. And we do want you to share with us your experience, your insight, and all the industry knowledge that, I mean, a good part of the industry knowledge that you have so that we can learn. And then social impact workers in Nigeria, social entrepreneurs in Nigeria can queue in and then be able to strategize ahead of the year 2021.
Great. So I'll just say it's early in the morning here, and I have two little kids, and I told my husband, I said I have to get up early because I want to get to connect with social entrepreneurs in Lagos and Nigeria, and it really matters to me that you know that I believe in you, and that the Global Good Fund believes in you, and we know you're doing really amazing, impactful work. So thank you, first of all, for the important work that you're doing. Uh, One of the things that I've learned along my social entrepreneurship journey is that the most important thing is to do a really good job at whatever the task is at hand. And so it doesn't matter how small or how big the task is. Sometimes I take attendance. Sometimes I mop the floor, even as the CEO. Sometimes I hand out food. And my most important lesson learned is that I need to do a really good job at whatever it is that I'm doing. Because if I do a really great job at the small tasks, it means I'll do a good job on the bigger ones. And so that's how the Global Good Fund was built, with that mindset that no matter how small the job is, do a really good job and build an organization that way. The Global Good Fund got started because someone believed in me and mentored me and coached me and pulled me up and helped me build a global organization. And fast forward, we've supported 164 entrepreneurs and created 2,800 jobs and positively impacted the lives of 8.8 million people in 40 countries around the globe, including Nigeria. So it's been a journey. We've been at it for 8 years. And now, in the midst of a pandemic, we've also created a sister company that's a for-profit venture capital fund to invest in socially impactful businesses domestically and around the world. And many people would think, wow, COVID is a tough time. During a global pandemic is a tough time to be fundraising. And what I've learned is because of social media and because of the internet, because we're able to do video meetings like this one, we're able to connect with people in parts of the country and world that we might not have been able to connect with so easily before. And we know that people have access to video meetings and are generally at home, so we can connect with people a lot more easily. My lesson during the pandemic was to get crystal clear on what it is that we're trying to do and find focus areas that we can really hone in on and use those focus areas to grow our organization. On the Global Good Fund side, for this nonprofit organization that I lead, we found 5 key areas where we can focus and double down on our impact and recruitment efforts for social entrepreneurs, and also recruit more mentors to create a broader network of social impact. And those 5 areas that we decided to focus on include health, education, agriculture and the environment, economic mobility, and financial inclusion. That's on the Global Good Fund nonprofit side. And what we found was that our entrepreneurs really needed help to get through the global pandemic. So the first thing we did when the pandemic hit is we sent out a survey and we said, what can we do to help you right now? And our entrepreneurs wrote back to us and they said, we need access to funding. We need access to money in order to stay in business. And so we immediately started to fundraise, again, all online because we couldn't see people in person. And we ended up raising $300,000 and immediately deploying the capital to our entrepreneurs so that we could help them right away. We also found that our entrepreneurs needed access to training, in different kinds of training than they needed before. Training like how to respond in a time of crisis, how to manage PR and HR issues. And what we did there is we partnered with other organizations. And the lesson learned for me there was you don't have to do everything yourself, that there are other organizations that maybe do some of these things better, or that we could partner with that have content and industry experts that we could leverage to serve our entrepreneurs. So we were able to do that to provide new types of online programming and content expertise in ways that the Global Good Fund wasn't originally set up to provide. We've been successful at keeping our entrepreneurs in business. And so we have all of our entrepreneurs, 100%, have been able to stay in business through the global pandemic. They've pivoted and they've learned how to survive and thrive, hopefully post-pandemic. For Global Good Fund itself, we reorganized our entire team internally, which, as many of you know, can be a painful effort, but we had a lot of open communication. We shared all of our financials with our team so that there was a lot of transparency about what the numbers are and why we wanted to reorganize ourselves. And we launched a new revenue stream to be able to support other organizations in growing cultures of social impact and supporting more diversity and inclusion within their workplaces. As I'm sure you've been aware from what's going on the global news, there were a lot of racial issues that came to the forefront, racial injustice in the United States. And the Global Good Fund has always believed in supporting entrepreneurs who are people of color and women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who reflect diversity in a variety of ways. More than half of the entrepreneurs we support domestically are people of color, and more than half are women, which is way higher than what the national average is. And those numbers actually go up as we go globally. But we realized that we needed to be more explicit about supporting entrepreneurs of all kinds, including entrepreneurs with disabilities, including entrepreneurs from the veteran community, et cetera. And so what we found was that we really needed to be more explicit and intentional about communicating our values with our community. It's been an incredible time to also launch fundraising for an impact fund. So this is a venture capital fund that we use to invest equity money into the businesses of entrepreneurs that come out of the fellowship program, as well as other entrepreneurs who we may find that could be really great investment opportunities. We'd been running a fund very quietly for the last 4 years. And the purpose of that fund was twofold: to demonstrate, first of all, that many people thought that they give philanthropically out of one pocket and invest financially out of another pocket. And we wanted to demonstrate that you could do good and do well at the same time by doing impact investing. So we also wanted to demonstrate that we had access to deal flow that no one else had because they weren't willing to look at certain entrepreneurs. And we found a lot of businesses that were not tech businesses. They were businesses that required sales and building things outside of the tech industry, represented by founders who might be overlooked by traditional venture capitalists. And so we created an impact fund that was a pilot 4 years ago and found that 80% of our portfolio companies were represented by overlooked founders, specifically women and people of color. And from that, I learned that we need to be, again, more explicit about the work that we're doing. We did that fund very quietly. There was nothing online about that fund, and we did it as a pilot to be able to prove a point, and we've now proven that point. And so in late July, we started fundraising for a second impact fund and are several $1 million into that raise. And so what I learned from that experience is that it's really important to start small and just start and be able to prove to the world that, you know, there's a different way of thinking about things. There's a different way of investing in social impact, and it's going to look different. There are very few women venture capitalists. There are very few venture capitalists who invite investors who look differently from themselves. And so it's important that we are inclusive and that we communicate our values explicitly and openly, and that we're open to doing things differently. And we're pleased to share that the results of our first fund are just as impactful financially and socially as any traditional venture capital fund. And that's why we're so excited to launch this next fund. So I wanted to share, that's our update in terms of the work that we're doing during this global pandemic, how we've decided to pivot the Global Good Fund and launch a new venture capital fund during a time when many people are just trying to stay in business and keep the lights on. We've been able to pivot and survive, and now we're looking to thrive and help other people thrive as well. Joshua, I'd love to answer questions. So one of the questions I've received is tell us more about the Global Good Fund Fellowship and how it operates. The way the Global Good Fund Fellowship works is once a year, we ask individuals all over the world to apply to be a Global Good Fund Fellow. And we get over 3,000 people applying from all over the world. We spend 7 months doing due diligence on these companies to find out who really is interested in social impact, who is running a business that is potentially scalable, who is humble enough and coachable enough to take feedback, because again, the mission of the Global Good Fund is to identify high potential leaders and invest in their leadership development so that they grow their businesses for social impact. And so we look at over 3,000 candidates who apply to be a Global Good Fund Fellow, and we narrow it down over the course of 7 months. We have 4 different filters that we look at, including written applications, recommendations, videos that really show us, does this person have a light in their eye and hunger in their belly to do whatever it takes to be successful in terms of from an ethical leadership standpoint. And then we spend the next year investing virtually in their leadership development. What that looks like is we go from 3,000 candidates down to typically anywhere from 12 to 65 candidates a year, 12 Global Good Fund Fellows, and then we run separate programs depending on our sponsors that year. For our Global Good Fund Fellows, the fellowship kicks off with an orientation, all delivered virtually, and we've always delivered virtually for the entire existence of the Global Good Fund, because we wanted to demonstrate that it's important to invest in people in their places of work. We wanted to make sure that we could support people on the front lines of society and where the most important work is happening. So we invest in people in place. We run a virtual fellowship, and the orientation is virtual. So we connect entrepreneurs from all over the world with each other so that they have a peer network of entrepreneurs to learn from, in addition to the Global Good Fund mentors and coaches. Once the entrepreneurs do an orientation, we then provide each entrepreneur with a leadership assessment. And this leadership assessment is proprietary to the Global Good Fund. It measures a leader's potential and leadership at that given point in time in terms of social impact. Each entrepreneur gets the result of that leadership assessment, and it includes feedback not only from the leader, him or herself, but also from entrepreneurs in the community leaders, managers, colleagues, anyone who that entrepreneur asks to give feedback is included in this leadership assessment. And so that entrepreneur gets a 360 panoramic view of their leadership at that given point in time. Once each entrepreneur has the results of that leadership report, the Global Good Fund pairs the entrepreneur with a coach, and that coach walks through the results of the leadership assessment and helps each entrepreneur create a leadership plan. And that's the roadmap for the remaining part of the year to implement this plan for themselves to grow. And we believe that if we invest in one person, that person can go out and create a positive ripple effect of change throughout the world. For the duration of the Global Good Fund Fellowship, we pair each entrepreneur with their coach and then their executive business mentor. And this is someone running a $40 million to $60 billion company who one-on-one mentors the Global Good Fund Fellow. We also provide a leadership development stipend of $10,000 that entrepreneur is to spend on him or herself to invest in his or her own leadership potential and scale the business. We usually, in non-pandemic years, host an annual summit in Washington, D.C., where we fly in all of our entrepreneurs, coaches, mentors, and alumni to be together and learn from leadership curriculum and each other. And that's the Global Good Fund Fellowship. Another question that I've received is there a relatively easy path to fundraising when you're as big as the Global Good Fund? But how do very small scale but genuine social entrepreneurs access funding or raise money? When I started fundraising with the Global Good Fund, I had no idea how to fundraise, and I'm still learning. I think one of the greatest challenges of fundraising is to connect with the other person as an individual. And that's true no matter what size organization one leads, whether you're medium-sized, big, small. When people have access to extra capital that they can give philanthropically or invest from a capital standpoint, they're looking to give away or invest their money. They're going to give away or invest their money. And it's up to you to convince them that you're the right person to give their money to. And most people trust other people before they trust big ideas. And so it's really important to come across as the genuine person that you are and to connect with that other person as an individual and move money away from the center of the conversation. So when I have an initial conversation with a potential investor or donor, I want to know more about that person's value, those person's values, their lifestyle, what they care about, and I want to help connect what they care about with the mission of the Global Good Fund. It's really hard to meet people, as you know, who have capital to be able to invest or donate philanthropically. And so one way that we've found to be really useful is to host what we call salons. And these salons are events. They could be dinner parties or lunches in times of non-COVID, or they could be virtual gatherings during a global pandemic. And what we do during a salon is we ask one person to host, and it just takes one person to set the tone for other people to do a world of good. And that one host invites their friends to come to our salon. So imagine we're connecting in a forum like this virtually, and we ask one host to bring together other people who might be interested in supporting our cause. And then during that conversation, we tell them about the Global Good Fund or about your cause in this instance, and help them connect why this cause is aligned with their personal values. So we do our homework ahead of time so we know who we're speaking with. And we ask that one host to bring their network to our conversation. And these are really small gatherings. It could be as few as 8 people. But if you get the right people in the virtual room, it's a way of fundraising and giving you access to new people who you wouldn't have access to before. What other questions can I help answer? So one question is Global Good Fund hosting this year, and how do we apply? So our application season will begin in June. We just closed out, we announced actually this week, our Global Good Fund Fellows for 2021. We are probably going to launch additional programs that support up to 75 entrepreneurs from around the world. And so the best way to stay abreast of what the Global Good Fund is doing is to follow us on social media. So we're a Global Good Fund. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and our newsletter can be found at www.globalgoodfund.org. And we make announcements when we're putting out new programs to recruit for, including the fellowship, as well as other programs to apply for. we're really excited that we do attract a lot of entrepreneurs from Nigeria, and I've seen amazing, really impressive opportunities to support incredible entrepreneurs. It's really important to me personally that we're investing in Nigeria because 1 in 4 Africans, as you know, is from Nigeria. And we see a really educated population who are really applying themselves and making a difference. And so I really admire the work that you're doing already, and we'd be honored to support more social entrepreneurs. One of the questions I received is, you mentioned to us that you're a mother of 2. How do you manage your time and still get to be effective as a social entrepreneur at the level you operate? Before I had children, it was really important to me to think about being intentional about the values that I wanted to communicate to our children. I wanted them to know that the world is bigger than their home, than their community, than their school. I wanted our children to know the importance of doing work that gives back to the world. I wanted them to understand that business gives people freedom in a whole variety of ways. I wanted them to understand that people look, speak, eat, pray differently than they do. And so it's been really important to me to actually bring our children with me as I go about building the Global Good Fund and other social enterprises. And so our son, this past year, I was in South Africa, and our son came with me there. And previously, our daughter came with me to India. They both came with me to Colombia. So while they were babies, they've been getting exposed to entrepreneurs. We host social entrepreneurs from all over the world in our home. You're looking in the background here at where people stay. And it's been an honor to be able to expose our children to a world that's bigger than what they see each day. And our children can now talk about the importance of giving back. They're 3 and 5. The importance of giving back and making the world a better place. It's also been really important to have a partner. My husband is extremely supportive of what it means to be a social entrepreneur. And right now he has our 2 little babies. It's early Saturday morning here. And I wanted him to know that this was really important to me. I wanted to be able to speak with you this morning, and that I needed his help to be able to take care of our children while I could talk to you. And so I think having a partner who can be a rock and really support you, and then when the time comes, vice versa, to be able to support him in his life goals. But it's been really meaningful to me to raise a family that understands what it means to give back, and that our world is truly global, and that we can learn from people all over the planet. Another question, what is the future we should look forward to with the work of the Global Good Fund? We all know that most social enterprises don't last, that many startups go out of business. And so Global Good Fund has been around 8 years. We're going to be around for the next 8 years and many years to come after that. In terms of where we're headed from here, we want to grow the number of social entrepreneurs that we support each year. So we're looking for new revenue models. We've just launched a new one this year to teach corporations how to be more socially impactful in their day-to-day work and leadership, and how to create more inclusive, culturally appropriate, and sensitive environments. So we are launching new revenue streams as a nonprofit to be able to create income that scales the number of social entrepreneurs we have the privilege of supporting. We're also creating a sister company in the form of a venture capital fund, which is called the Global Impact Fund. And you can check out our page on LinkedIn. We just put it up. Global Impact Fund is a for-profit company that invests equity in for-profit businesses that can create social impact. And part of the proceeds from the Impact Fund will go back to the Global Good Fund to support a pipeline of socially impactful entrepreneurs. So that's what to expect for the future of the Global Good Fund. Any other questions that I can help answer this morning? I really appreciate all of your input and thoughtful questions. Thank you so much for having me today. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak with you. Um, the reason it matters to me again to speak with you and to take time away from my family is that I know that what's happening in Nigeria is reflective of what's happening across the planet in terms of rich ideas, talented social entrepreneurs, and the potential to do great things to make our world a better place through social entrepreneurship. So kudos to all of you for taking the chance, putting yourselves out there, taking a risk. I believe in you. The Global Good Fund believes in you. It's a real honor to speak here with you today. And as far as the Global Good Fund is concerned, we're really looking forward to supporting you. You can follow us, and we'll look forward to engaging with you online to make the world a better place. So cheers to you. Thank you for being incredibly talented social entrepreneurs and for applying your lives in a way that make a difference globally. Have a great day.
my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world. And when the time is right, I find myself a girl. I had about life in the city. So that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I had a bottle in the city, and that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city, so wish me well, wish me well. I had a bottle life in the city. So that's where all my dreams will come true. I'm gonna work hard, and when I get there, my bags, I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket, I ain't coming back. It's goodbye friends and goodbye folks. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. And goodbye, mama, please don't cry. Say I can stay, don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. I had about life in the city. Said that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard in the city. So wish me well. Wish me well. I'm gonna be a famous superstar. I'm gonna drive a big old fancy car and fly my own plane all across this world.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time you're in. I want to say greetings to everybody. This is Dr. Willie Jolly, and I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it. Give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but our eternities are wrapped up in it. So I'm thankful and I'm grateful for this minute, this moment, this opportunity to be on and share some ideas with you on this beautiful day. This is a great day, and I'm excited about this day, and I'm grateful to be here with the Ambassador Summit 2020 with my friend Joshua. I want to say greetings to everyone there in Lagos or any other part of Nigeria, and those who are watching it around the world. I want to say greetings to you, and I have not been back to Nigeria for many years. But when I was there last, I met a young man when I spoke at the University of Lagos, and I was so impressed with him and with his determination and his spirit of ambition. And he stayed in touch with me, and he came to America, and he attended my speaker boot camp, and I took him to my radio shows with me, and he became a good friend. So I want to say greetings, Joshua, to you and your bride, your wife, and your children, and to all the others there. So I want to talk to you today about how to turn a setback into a comeback, because a setback is nothing but a setup for a comeback. We're in the midst of a very challenging and difficult time around the world. We have a pandemic. We have economic downturn, massive job losses, racial strife here in America, social upheaval. We have all sorts of activities and things going on ecologically in the environment, and a lot of setbacks. But I want to say to you that this series of setbacks, this time of setbacks, is nothing but a setup for a greater comeback. But you have a part to play in it. Doesn't just happen by chance. You must do some things if you really want to win and succeed at the highest level in these challenging times. So I want to start by sharing, for those who don't know, my story, because I think it's important that I let you know who I am, where I'm from, and my background. I live in Washington, D.C. I was born in Washington, D.C., and I've lived here all my life. The capital of the United States of America. I grew up in Washington, and I was in the music business. I was a singer. And I started singing after college, full-time, for a living. These are some of the awards I won. Best jazz singer, best entertainer, best performer. We had started a very successful nightclub act, and it became very popular. People would line up for 7 o'clock for the 8 o'clock show, 9 o'clock for the 10 o'clock show. It was a small club, but it became very popular. And things were going great for me. I was making money. I had bought a home, had a sports car. Things were going well. And then one day I went into the nightclub, and the club owner said, I want to talk to you after the night show. I told the guys in the band, they want to talk. We've been selling out for months. We've got standing room only audiences. We've won all the awards. We're finally going to get our raise. So I walked in the manager's office, and he said, you guys were great. I said, yes. He said, we loved you. Yes. People love you. Yes. He said, that's why it's hard for me to tell you what I got to tell you. Now that we made a good bit of money, the owners of the club decide they have to get a better return on investment. And the only way to do that with a full nightclub is to lower the cost. And the band's the biggest cost. We found something else that's going around the country that's filling up nightclubs. We bought a karaoke machine. I was shocked. But what about my bills? And I learned that night, nobody cares about your bills but you and the people you owe. I was devastated. All I knew to do was be a nightclub singer. I didn't know how I was going to support my wife and my family. What was I going to do? I was depressed. But a friend blessed me with two things. He gave me a motivational cassette tape and a book. Now, I had gone to college, but I had never been a reader of books except the school books that I had to read, and I only read what they told me I had to read in those books. And I never heard a motivational speech. But I listened to this motivational tape. And on this tape was a man who said, your possibilities are unlimited if you can get a mindset to think differently. And that you will be the same person you are today in 5 years, except for two things. The people you meet who inspire you, and the books you read that empower you. What? The people I meet who inspire me? And the books I read that empower me? And I then read that book that my friend gave me. A book called Think and Grow Rich. I never read a motivational book. And I read it from cover to cover. And I started changing my thinking. And I started reading more books and listening to more motivational seminars on tape. Then going to seminars. And my thinking changed. I took a job with the Washington, D.C. public school system as a drug prevention coordinator. And it was during that year of working in that job that, as part of my job, I had to start giving speeches to little kids about staying away from drugs. And after I finished speaking to the little kids, the teachers would say, wow, that was good. Can you come and speak for our teachers group? And then someone in the teachers group would say, can you come and speak for my church? And then someone in the church would say, can you come and speak for my company? And it continued to grow. And one day I'm speaking in a little teeny weeny hotel room. Only about 10 or 12 people in the room. But down the hall that night, they were going to have a big motivational rally in the ballroom. And while I'm speaking to these 10 to 12 people, one of the speakers from that night's rally down in the ballroom was walking by the room. The door was open where I was speaking. And he stood outside and listened to my message. And when I finished, he came in. His name was Les Brown, the great motivator, world renowned. And he said, my, man, you got a great message and you sing. I'm looking for a speaker who sings for a new tour I'm putting together. Are you interested? I said, yes, sir. And a few months later, we kicked off the Les Brown Music and Motivation Dream Team Tour, which featured Les Brown, Billy Preston, the great organist, Gladys Knight, the singer, and a little guy from Washington, D.C., me. Because of Les Brown and Gladys Knight, they introduced me to radio people. And I was able to get a little radio show, little station, because of that introduction. And it got popular. And then it got syndicated around the country. And I'm now hosting a number of radio shows in America on Radio 1, which is the number one biggest African American network, and on Sirius XM Radio, which is the largest satellite radio network across America. I have the number one show in America on Sirius XM for helping people to change their lives. Because of the radio shows, one day a book publisher heard me on the radio, called my office, and said, "Hey, look, I just heard you on the radio. I like your ideas. Have you ever thought about writing a book?" I said, "No, I never thought about it." He said, "Let me make you an offer." I said, "I just thought about it." My first book came out in 1995 called It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life. Became a national bestseller. Then my book that brought me to Nigeria, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, all over the world came out. A setback is a setup for a comeback. Global bestseller. Then turned setbacks into greenbacks. Then an attitude of excellence. And then my book with my wife, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last. 10 Secrets for Shaping a Great Marriage. Very popular marriage book. We've been married for 36 years. Haven't had an argument in over 33 years. And we tell how we went from arguing and the principles that got us to loving and happily married. Very popular marriage book. And the book started coming out, and PBS TV picked me up, and I did a PBS special. And I did another one. And things started happening. And I'm traveling all over the world. And then in 1999, I got a call from Toastmasters International letting me know that I had just been named one of the outstanding 5 speakers in the world for that year. Former winners include Colin Powell, Norman Schwarzkopf, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Christopher Reeve, Les Brown, Zig Ziglar. Only 50 people in history have been given that award, and I'm grateful to be one of the 50. And then in 2005, I was inducted into the Speaker Hall of Fame. And then in 2015, I was named a legend of the speaking industry. And that all happened because I had a setback. I got fired and replaced by a karaoke machine. So here's the thought, that you're going to have setbacks. It's not if you will have setbacks, it's when you have a setback, because they're going to come. If you live long enough, you're going to have some setbacks. Life is about setbacks. So what do you do to get through them? I want to give you 4 steps that will help you turn your setbacks into great comebacks. Number 1, vision. You must work on your vision. Oh, no, I'm not talking about your eyesight. No. So there are 4 types of vision. And the one I want to focus on is not the one most people think of. See, most people think of maybe the first type of vision, which is eyesight. But you don't have to have eyesight to turn a setback into a comeback. Stevie Wonder proved that. Ray Charles proved that. Helen Keller proved that. She was born as a little girl, normal. But in her first year, she was attacked by a virus that took her eyesight and her hearing. She was blind and unable to hear. But somehow, her parents found a teacher who could help her to learn to talk and learn to proceed in life. And she went on to become one of the greatest women the world has ever seen. I love this quote by Helen Keller. She was asked in an interview, Mrs. Keller, is there anything worse than blindness? She said, oh, yes. She said, what's worse than blindness is having sight, but no vision. Good God Almighty. You got to have vision, but it's not eyesight. No, that's the first type of sight. Second sight is hindsight, knowing what happened in the past. Well, it's good to know what happened in the past so you won't repeat the mistakes of the past. The problem is most people who start dealing in the past get stuck. They talk about what somebody did to them 20 years ago, how somebody did them wrong, how somebody was not nice to them, and they get stuck in that spot and they stay there. That's all they can dwell on. No, the past is supposed to be a place of reference, not a place of residence. You're not supposed to live there. Learn from it, move on. There's a reason in your car why your windshield is this big and your rear view mirror is this big. You're supposed to put more time watching where you're going, not where you've been. Hello, somebody. Come on, somebody. No, vision is not made up of focus on the eyesight or the hindsight. It's two other sights. Insight and foresight. Now, those are the ones I want you to listen to, because that's where real vision comes from. Insight is that still small voice within you that gives you direction, protection, introspection, reflection. That small voice. But far too often, people turn down the volume of their inner voice. They don't listen to themselves. They listen to all the outside negative voices, but they won't listen to their inner voice that gives them encouragement. But you must have that inner voice turned up and then add foresight. Foresight is calling forth those things that be not as though they are. You must speak good into your future. You must speak good into your life. I think back to when I got fired from that job and was starting my speaking business. I went to see a friend of mine, and he said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to become a speaker." A speaker? He says, "You think people going to pay you to speak, to talk?" I said, "Yes." I said, "In fact, I'm speaking into my future, that within a decade, I'll be one of the best speakers on the planet." That was 1991. In 1999, I was named one of the outstanding 5 speakers in the world. And I look back after I got that award and said, wow, that was only 9 years ago that I spoke my future into being. I want you to start speaking your future, speaking good about your life, speaking good about your finances, speaking good about your health, speaking good about your families, speaking good about your children or your relatives. Speak good into your life. There's power in your words. So you got to speak good. That get that foresight and that insight is where the real vision comes from. So you got to have vision if you're going to turn a setback into a comeback. Next, after vision, you must make tough decisions. Decision is taken from the Greek word to cut. You make an incision, you cut in. You make a decision, you cut off. If you're going to be all you're going to be, and you're going to turn this setback into comeback, you got to make some tough decisions. And one of those tough decisions, you must make a decision that you will refuse to hang around negative, small-minded, itty-bitty, petty thinking people. You must leave them alone. And sometimes they're your friends or family members. But you must learn to love them from afar. You must not listen to negative voices while you're going after turning setbacks into comebacks and living your dream. It will kill your dreams. I remember when I was in junior high school, I used to play trumpet with a band. And every day I'd go to band practice and play my trumpet. My parents said to me one day, "Why aren't you singing with that band? You sing at home, you sing at school, you sing at church. You should be singing." I said, "Really? Yeah. So I went to band practice that day, and I said, "Guys, can I sing? Can I sing?" And they said, "Go ahead and sing." And I started singing, and everybody said it sounded good except one guy who I thought was my best friend. He was the lead singer. He started laughing. Then the mob mentality took over. Everybody else started laughing. I felt about this big. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't let my friends see me cry. So I walked over the corner and said, "I'll never sing again as long as I live." And for 3 years, I kept that vow. I didn't sing at home, at school, at church. I would not even sing at people's birthday parties when everybody sang happy birthday because I was ashamed. Well, 3 years went by. One night I'm playing my trumpet in a nightclub, and the band leader gets a note. Singer sick, can't come. He looked around and said, "Somebody got to sing." He said, "Willie, come on over and sing." I said, "No, I can't sing." He said, No, come on over. You talk okay, you can sing." I said, "No, I can't sing." "No, you. I said, "No." He said, "No." He said, "You either sing or you fired." Feelings. At that point, I closed my eyes and sang as loud as I could, as strong as I could. And when I opened my eyes, people had stopped dancing and were just looking. And I sang and they clapped. And I sang and they clapped. And I sang and they clapped. End of the night, people were lined up here, lined up there, lined up over here, asking I sing at their wedding, at their graduation, at the reception. Finally hit me like a ton of bricks. My friend had lied to me. Well, from that time on, I started singing. And since then, I've sung in Carnegie Hall, in the Kennedy Center, the Lincoln Center. I've been on stages all around the world where I've sung. I've done records because I stopped listening to negative people. Do not listen to negative people. They will kill your dream. So first, to turn a setback into a comeback, you must work on your vision, or get a bigger vision for yourself, for your future. Number 2, you must make tough decisions. Do not listen to negative people. Number 3, you must take action. You got to move on it. A vision without an action is an illusion. An action without a vision is mere confusion. Oh, but a vision and an action put together can give your life a transfusion and can change your future. You must act on it. Scripture says, "Ask and you shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and the door will be opened unto you. For everyone that asks receives. And everyone that seeks finds. And everyone that knocks, the door will be open unto them. Notice it says when you take this action, that's when you get the blessing. When you ask, you seek, you knock. When you act and take an action, that's when you get the blessing. Most people receive not because they ask not, they seek not, they knock not, and then they wonder why not. You've got to act on your goals and dreams. So here's what I want you to do. One, before I go too far, I want to give you some things to encourage you. When I told you when I was at my lowest point, someone blessed me with some resources. He gave me a cassette and a book. And he said, 5 people you meet in 5 years, the 2 people you meet in 5 years, you'll be the same person except people you meet and the books you read. So I want to give you some books and some people. I want you to go to wjspeaks.com/gift. wjspeaks.com/gift. On that page, you'll be able to get a digital copy of the book that changed my life, Think and Grow Rich. It's made more millionaires than any other book ever written other than the Bible. That's my gift to you. Why? Because some years ago, I was on a panel celebrating the anniversary of the writing of that book. And they said, you can give it to your friends. Well, Prince Joshua is my friend, and his friends are my friends. So I'm going to give it to my friends. Go there and get that book. But I told you, the books you read that empower you and the people you meet who inspire you. On that same page, some of the people who I've interviewed on my Sirius XM show that changed my life. You can listen to them there, but you can also listen to them on my podcast. I have a global podcast on iHeartRadio, C-Suite Radio, TuneIn, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts. If you just go to Apple Podcasts, look for the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast. Start listening free. So go get the gift and go to the podcast. It will inspire you. It will empower you. It will encourage you. It will uplift you. And it will help you to take action. So you got to have a vision. If you're going to turn your setbacks into comebacks, 4, I've given you 3 of the 4. Got one more. You got to have a vision. Got to make tough decisions. You must take action. And the last one is you got to have great desire. You got to want it bad. You must want it bad. Whatever it is you want to do. Now, how do you know what you're going to want to do? Well, what are your goals? Everybody should have goals. Scripture says, write the vision. Make it plain that he that reads it may run the race. So you got to write that vision into goals. Now, why is it that most people don't write goals? 2 reasons. They don't know how. And second, it's hard work. So sometimes you need help. So I want to give you another access to a goal setting seminar that I did, that we recorded, that people have taken advantage of all over the globe. It's helped them to make millions of dollars, helped them to grow their business, helped them to double their income, helped them to live their dream, because I helped them, coach them through how to set goals that empower you, how to set goals that will change your life. So if you go to williejolly.com, WILLIEJOLLEY.com/gift, win. I want you to win. W-I-N. Go to williejolly.com/win. You can get access to my goal setting seminar. Go to that page, get the seminar. You can purchase the seminar, and then sit down with your family. Go through all the programs. Get to sit down with your friends. Go through all the programs. It can change your worth. So now, vision, decision, action, and desire. How bad you want it. You got to want it bad. Imagine you wake up in the middle of the night. One person wakes up in the middle of the night. They say, I want a soda. They go to the refrigerator, no sodas. They go to the window, it's raining cats and dogs. They go back to that refrigerator again and settle for a glass of water because they really didn't want that soda that bad. A second person wakes up around midnight, says, I want a soda. They walk to the refrigerator, no sodas. Walk to the window, open the shades. It's raining cats and dogs. They put on their hat and coat and galoshes, and they walk a quarter mile to the corner store, but it's closed. And that person goes back home and settles for a glass of orange juice. That he really didn't want that soda that bad. A third person wakes up around midnight, says, I want a soda. Walk to the refrigerator, no sodas. Walk to the window, open the shades, it's snowing or raining, cats and dogs. But that person does something odd, put on a coat, hat, galoshes, walk to the corner store, but it's closed. Then walks to the gas station, but it's closed. And then walks to another store, but it's closed, but keeps going and keeps trying until they get a soda. And if you were committed to not give up and keep going until you get your goals and dreams, you cannot be denied. And that's why desire is so important, because a setback's going to happen. It's going to happen to you, it's going to happen to me, it's going to happen to everybody. But a setback is nothing but a setup for a comeback. And so I want to encourage you, all of you, to do what I did. I was a broke, busted nightclub singer who had a setback. But I made a decision to change my thinking. I made a decision to invest in myself. I went to seminars. I paid for books. You look here. I told you I didn't read books before. Now, you're in my office. Books. 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 I got books over there. Books over here. I got books all over the place. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on books because they changed my life. I'm encouraging you to invest in yourself. I remember a guy who I was on tour with told a story about how some years ago he and a friend went to a motivational seminar. And the man on stage was giving them such good information. And then he said, I'm through. I don't have enough time. I got so much more to tell you. But I've got a box. Like I got a box. He had a box. This is my box. This is my box. He had a box. But that's my box. But he had a box. And he said, my box is over here. You can get it when you come down afterwards. I'll be there. You can get a box. And it got all my materials in it. And you can go through it. And the box was like $2,500. And the guy said he and his friend walked down to the table. And the guy and my friend said, man, I only got $2,800 in my checking account. That's all I got to my name. That's all I got. That's all the money I got in the world. So his friend said, come on, man, let's go. He said, and he just stood there looking at that box. He said, man, are you thinking about buying that box? Man, you ain't got enough. You don't have a whole lot of money. That's $2,500. And he stood there. He said, do you think that box is worth $2,500? And my friend said, I don't know, but I'm worth $2,500. He bought that box. He went through it. He read every book. He listened to all the audios. He watched all the videos, and his life changed. He became a multimillionaire. And he was on that tour telling how he had changed his life by that box. He had a house in Phoenix, Arizona, and a house in Miami, Florida. He had a private plane to fly him from one house to the other. He said it was all because one day I believed in myself and I invested in myself. So I'm encouraging you to have a vision, make tough decisions, take action, have great desire, invest in yourself, grow yourself, invest in books and resources that will change your life. Yeah, I did, from a broke, busted nightclub singer to becoming one of the top speakers in the world, to be able to travel all over the world. And even while we're in a pandemic, to speak to groups all over the world. So I want to close with these last couple thoughts. One, I want to give you an offer. I think it's important that I give you something that you can access. I know you're in Nigeria, and it's hard to get access sometimes to my books and resources. So we've digitized everything. We got a new page, and it's actually a special for Christmas that we're giving people a big discount on my books and my resources and my products, so you can give them as Christmas gifts if you like. So if you just go to williejolly.com/Christmas, williejolly.com/Christmas, you can get access to my Christmas specials. If you want access to my box with everything I've ever created, all the products I've ever created, you can go to williejolly.com/box. williejolly.com/box. I close with this last thought. In tough times, there are going to be two types of animals that you can use as a model for your life and your actions. An ostrich and an eagle. I keep eagles all over my office to remind me to be an eagle, to act like an eagle. Now, an ostrich, when tough times come, when setbacks happen, when the storms of life start raging, an ostrich will stick its head in the ground and say, wake me when it's over. But an eagle will do something very odd. An eagle will take flight in the midst of the storm and fly right into the face of the storm and fight through the storm, struggle through the storm until it can get through the storm and get above the storm. And then it can see the whole periphery, the whole panoramic view of the environment. And it gets a better understanding what's going on because it can see it from a higher place. And it says, you know what? You're right. There's a crisis right here. There's a pandemic. There's a setback. There's a big problem right here. But up the road, I can see clear. There's good up the road. There's good up the road. Keep fighting. Keep striving. Keep working. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't put your head in the ground. Just keep going because there's good up the road. I say to you, there's good for you up the road if you keep going. You have only just a minute. Only 60 seconds in it. It's forced upon you. You can't refuse it. You didn't seek it. You didn't choose it. But it's up to you to use it. You must suffer if you lose it. Give account if you abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but your eternities are wrapped up in it. This is Dr. Willie Jolly. Thank you for letting me be part of your Ambassador Summit today. I want to thank my friend Joshua. Joshua, lots of love to you and your family. And I want everybody to follow me on all my social media. Stay connected to me. Go to winwithwillie.com, last website I'm going to give you, so you can get access to a song I've created called We'll Get Through This. Winwithwillie.com. Sign up for my newsletter. So I'll send you some free motivational videos and things. Every day I send out something to my Monday through Friday. We send out something just to encourage people around the world. I know your best is yet to come. So keep the faith and remember there's good up the road. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly. We appreciate the effort and the sacrifice you have made to helping us facilitate this session. Thank you so much to you, your family, and your wife, and we hope you're keeping safe right now in the U.S. We hear, the incidence of the coronavirus is on the rise. We hope you're keeping safe with your family. We wish you the very best at this moment and beyond. And we want to say thank you to all of us from Lagos, Nigeria. We have, listeners and viewers from Germany, from Ghana, from Chad, from Dubai, from several parts of the world. We want to say thank you so much for the time you spent with us today. I want to wish you a very wonderful weekend ahead. Thank you, Dr. Jai.
Thank you, and I look forward when this is all over to coming back to Lagos and enjoying my time with you and everybody there again in all the other countries. God bless you. Y'all stay safe. Bye-bye.